Good morning, distinguished guests, delegates, speakers, and participants. Welcome to Indian Institute of Technology, Varanasi, and a very warm welcome to the 17th annual event of the Forum for Information Retrieval and Evaluation FIRE 2025. It is a pleasure to have you all with us on this auspicious morning, Holy City of Varanasi. To begin the formal session of FIRE 2025, may I please request the dignitaries on the dais, please come forward and take their respective seats. Professor Amit Patra, Honorable Director of IIT BHU and Chief Patron of FIRE 2025. Dr. Vipin Kumar Patra, Head Computer Science and Engineering Department and Chairman of FIRE 2025. Professor Pratajit Majumdar, Overall Coordinator of FIRE 2025. Dr. Sukumar Pal, Organizing Secretary of FIRE 2025. In our tradition, an event of knowledge and celebration often begins with the lighting of the lamp. For an event named Fire, the symbolism is especially meaningful. May I now invite our distinguished dignitaries kindly light the ceremonial lamp. Thank you. May we request the dignitaries to now proceed to offer flowers at the portrait of the revered founder of Banaras Hindu University, Bharat Ratna, Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya ji.
It is now our honor to invite Professor Amit Bhatt, Director IIT BHU and Chief Faculty of FIRE 2025, to inaugurate the event and deliver the inaugural address.
I think, okay, yeah. We now invite Professor Prasenjit Majumdar, Overall Coordinator of FIRE 2025, to share his insights about the program.
Thank you for this wonderful organization. We are very privileged and very happy with this holy city of Varanasi. Thanks for everything. So I don't know what insight I can bring for you, but what we can tell you a little bit about how it started, what is FIRE, why it started rather, and why it's still running, and why it should continue to run. So these are the few notes. So me and my colleague, Professor Devashish Ganguly from University of Glasgow, he is also part of the overall coordination team. We have another colleague, Professor Kripa Ghosh, from the overall coordination team. So we have a glimpse of all past fires, ideas, pictures, and if you want to understand why it started, so few lines on that. So I would like to request Devashish. Devashish is a faculty at Glasgow University who works in the area of information retrieval. As you see, the name FIRE is Forum for Information Retrieval Evaluation. So just to set the ball running, evaluation is a very important criteria of any information science task. Scientifically, if you cannot quantify and measure something, you can't improve it. So to quantify and measure information processing is non-trivial, because information may come from text, information may come from images, can come from voice, video, so whatever formats you can imagine, there you have intelligence there. So in such a situation, the more complex it is when we want to understand information in languages which is in that sense not so privy in the big four platforms. Big four means Google, Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, this kind of companies. So in this post large language model era, it is even more difficult to evaluate stuffs in Hindi, in Bengali, in Tamil, in Gujarati. In India, we have more than 3,000 languages. We have 22 single languages, but the real scene is much bigger. So fire started with that background 17 years back. So you are the best judge. So I will pass on the microphone. My colleague Devashi for.
Yeah, thanks for doing the introduction. So I think you have touched on the points on like why fire started and what was the motivation behind fire. So I just have a few slides to which I think to share some of the experiences that we had seen through the last 17 years or so. Yes. Yeah, the fire, as Mr. already had said, stands for Forum for Information Technology. The reason why it started was like at that time, around 2005-6, there was lots of work on NLP in Indian languages. And the reason why people understood that, there was lots of work in English, but there was not that much of work in Indian languages. It became popular to work with low resource languages because people realized the importance of working on low resource languages and build software tools and artifacts for the low resource languages. But there was no, awareness when it comes to evaluation of the software artifacts or the tools that people were building. So there was a need to raise this awareness in the Indian community. So that was one of the reasons why FIRE was introduced. And primarily the main focus was working on information retrieval for Indian languages, low resource languages. Because in English, there are lots of tools so there are many different tools that you can apply in information retrieval, like spelling of the words, like say for example, bring and bringing, they belong to the same class of words. But it's kind of easy in English because the morphology of English is not that difficult, but Indian languages are pretty rich in morphology. So it meant that we required specific types of stemmers for different types of Indian languages. But it's not just coming up with any stemmer. You just need to evaluate how good is your stemmer on standard benchmark collection. Now that was not there at that time. So one of the reasons of starting FIRE was to then make people aware that you need to have this solid evaluation of these tools and to also be able to build some resources that could also be used in the future and have a solid evaluation of FIRE or other NLP tasks in Indian language. So it was started by the IRSI, which is Information Society of India, back in 2008. I think the first version was more like invite the talks from people, but then gradually it started to have this share talks. We started small, we started to just have information talks, and then over the years we have broadened the scope, and then also included other NLP tasks that people, the participants can submit runs. We call them runs because you can experiment with different kinds of methodologies that already exist, or you can even come up with your new methodologies. And then, we release the data sets, we evaluate the things, and then it's like more of a collaboration kind of platform that people can then see how good their approach is. Okay, so I'm told that I've got about 5 minutes, so I won't be taking that much a long time. I think I spent too much time on those slides. So, as I said, it provides the shared task platforms for multilingual information access with the focus on Indian languages. That's what we started with. And we also host a peer-reviewed conference track. That's something that started very recently in the last 5 years, following the model of an European shared task venue called CLAY, CLAY. And we try to closely follow CLAY. So CLAY has got a conference track where there will be peer-reviewed papers that are submitted and then presented in the conference. We also started to have that since the last 5 years. And here you can see some of the pictures that taken from various past events in FIRE. And some of the images are quite humorous as well, because you see a monkey who is quite also interested in knowing about low resource Indian languages. No offense to monkeys. Okay, so these are some of the photos that we have. I don't know which year they are, but it's like a mixed bag from, I think this bigger photo is from 2014 or 15, if I'm not mistaken. And as you can see, it provides, it's more like an engaging platform for students to engage with senior faculty members ask questions, maybe find out opportunities about PhDs, so on and so forth. But I think it's a very good platform where, if you're a participant participating in a shared task, you don't have much research experience, but then you have senior faculty members talking about state of the research. So it's a good opportunity of engaging with them, asking questions, and then getting clarifications of the things that you're working on. Okay. Some of the photos. This was the banquet, I think, in 2019. Yeah, so what started as I said, our main focus was IR for low resource languages. But over the years, we have evolved to low resource NLP. So we have moved from IR to broader scope NLP, which includes different tasks like sentiment analysis. We have done that as a task for a number of years now. And also other tasks. Some tasks involving Twitter, social media, and stuff like that. Linked document classification. There are plenty of tasks that we have ranged in FHIR over the last 10 years. And we have anchored in inclusivity and linguistic diversity. Okay? Because we have reached out not only to Indian languages, but also to other languages, other international languages. Like we had a track on Arabic sometime in mid-20, around 2015, I think. We had tracks on African languages as well. So, we try to reach out to the wider community in that aspect. And we also are committed to realistic and resource-aware research because, in the era of LLMs, it's quite important not to just spend GPUs and burn trees, but find out more efficient ways of achieving the same task, but more efficiently and being environment friendly. So that's what we want to promote as vision for FHIR as well. And we'd always encourage submissions from participants, runs from participants that are simpler in some sense and achieve effectiveness, maybe with some trade-off. But I think that's one of the things that we want to push, that, hey, if you have got a low resource or if you have got an efficient solution that doesn't burn too many GPUs and doesn't make too many LLM inferences, that's something that we want to see, how far we can push that on. And that aligns with one of the sponsors, Green AI. So we are kind of trying to align with the mission of Green AI. Okay, and so in 2025, this year's FHIR, we have got, we have the conference track, as I mentioned, that's something that's certified us back, where we have peer-reviewed papers. I think this year we had got a record number of submissions for conference track. We had got 49 submissions, which is a more than double compared to last year. We ended up accepting 13 papers, so it was quite competitive this year, conference track. And we hope to get more number of submissions in the coming years as well, and probably we can get more competitive. So it's a good opportunity to get your papers published in ACM Proceedings, because that's where the conference papers are published. So we are trying to become more respectable as a venue for the conference track in that aspect, because it's getting more competitive over the years. And for the tracks, we have the cross-lingual mathematical information retrieval track. We have the code mix information retrieval from social media data. We have hate speech and offensive content identification memes in Bengali. It's an extension of the HACCP track that has been running for quite a number of years now. We have the information retrieval in software engineering that has been running for 3 years now. We have misinformation detection and prompt recovery, PROMIT. We have multilingual story illustration, bridging cultures to AI artistry. We have offensive language identification in Gabellian languages, opinion extraction, and question answering from cryptography related tweets and Reddit posts, research highlight generation from scientific papers, spoken query cross-lingual information retrieval for the Indian languages, Varanasi tourism in question answering, and water identification in languages in Gabellian language. We can see there is a wide mixture of different diverse tracks here. Like you can see tracks on Varanasi tourism, so that's very localized kind of track, working on a very specific task. And we have like generic tasks like cross-lingual, code mix information. That's more general. We have got a diverse mix of many different types. And we're very fortunate to have a number of keynote speakers among us. And we're really, really looking forward to their talks, which will be happening in the subsequent sessions of this event. So we have Liana, we have Ingo, we have Paul, we have Joyman, we have Gap, Oscar, Mark, and Arun Verma from a mixture of speakers from both university and the last speakers from India. And Oscar was also okay. So as I already had said, these are the tracks for this year's fire, and on the right you can see the number of submissions in each of those tracks. So as I said, the conference track got 49 submissions, which was the record for this year. And there are some of the tracks that are more popular than other ones. Like for example, the hate speech, the hazard track has got 17 number of submissions, whereas the information to software engineering. That's another very popular track that has 18 number of runs of submission. And some of the tracks, they are quite in the range of like close to 10, like research idea generation from scientific papers. That's also one of the niche kind of tasks that has a track. So I'm almost done here. So the way to join the FAIR community is visiting the website, firedesignersite.org.in. Okay. And then we have a Google group which you can join. And you can always send an email to that alias that's shown here, CLIA alias. And if you are more interested, just let us know. And we'll be very welcoming and very happy to include you as a part of FAIR community. Okay, so with that, I'll move on to the last part of the talk, which is, unfortunately, this year we had a very unfortunate, a very sad event that Professor Pushpa Bhattacharya at Bombay passed away this year. And he was really a very big supporter of the FAIR community and played a huge role in starting FAIR back in 2007-8 around that time. So he always was very supportive of the FAIR conference, and he has made a huge impact in building resources for Indian language. Okay? So, in his honor, I really, really request you to maintain silence. It was a very big loss for the community, but I'm sure that we're all inspired by his ideals, and the path that he showed. We are determined to follow that path and make higher a success, make Indian language higher a success, and make Indian language be.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful comments on fire and its history, fire history. May we now call upon Dr. Vijay Kumar Patra, Head of Department of Computer Science and Engineering and Chairman of Fire 2025, to address the gathering.
Good morning to all. Honorable Director, Professor Ravi Patra, Professor Prasanjit Majumdar, Overall Coordinator of Fire 2025, Dr. Pal, Organizing Chair of Fire 2025. On behalf of Department of Computer Science and Engineering, IIT and my capacity as acting head of the department, I welcome all distinguished guests from abroad and different parts of the country. Participant of Fire 2025, other guests, students, research scholars, supporting staff. And Fire has been established as a prime platform for advancing the research in, especially in information retrieval, NLP, and more special for the evaluation methodology. As Professor Prasenjit Majumdar said, the evaluation methodology or evaluation technology is very important part for any research domain, and especially in the uh, era of ChatGPT, that is the foundation model. These becomes more critical, and we see that traditional evaluation method may not be very effective for many scenarios like the developing the explainable AI and so on. So without discussing much, I once more welcome the all participants here. And in this respect, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, IIT BHU, provide the adequate support to the forum, that is Fire 2025. So once more, I welcome all the participants and I wish great success or every success of Fire 2025. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening words. It is now our honor to invite Professor Naval Patra, Director of IIT BHU and Chief Patron of Fire 2025, to deliver the inaugural address.
Thank you, Mr. Majumdar, Mr. Pal, Mr. Pastor, all the visiting dignitaries, faculty members of the institute, other participants and students. That was certainly taken effect when I was asked to come and speak first, because I first wanted to know what it is all about. Being the director of the institution, I have to go to every inauguration, and obviously I'm not an expert in any one of those topics. So I use the first few minutes by listening to the others, getting my points, and then try to figure out what to say there. Of course, on behalf of the institute, we welcome you all, and especially those who have come from outside to enjoy the campus, enjoy the city of Varanasi, enjoy the Ganges. And I just overheard that there will be a boat ride from the Ganges in the evening. I think that will be a fantastic thing. We do that time to time, and it's always a pleasure and really revealing experience. And when you, especially if you can start a little bit early in the evening before it becomes dark. Actually, there are two things. If you go in the daytime, then the possibility that you can go in the morning also, and that will then on the sunlight you will be able to enjoy the Ghats. And if you're going in the evening, of course, you'll be seeing the Ghats, but more from the lights and that will be same. So it will be more two completely different views. So coming to your conference, Fire. In fact, the title, of course, I figured out as I was seeing the presentation that initially it was more like information retrieval, and now it has gone more to natural language processing, AI, and particularly the green methods of computation, because so far, because initially our computing was not that intense. I used to think that anything we're doing in the computer is actually free of cost. But now that if you really want to do complex things like AI, search, retrieval, language translation, and you have real-time translation. So I think that's going to come very soon. Probably it's there on experimental basis. So suppose I'm going to Tamil Nadu, I can just simply speak in my language, Bengali or English, and the app or something will be there or will be something attachment that we have to automatically translate and read it out in Tamil. So that's a very interesting possibility, and also I think it's a very real possibility. So this is a very important topic that all of you are doing research on, and I am sure that next 3 4 days, 3 days you will have 4 days, I guess 17 to 20, yeah, 4 days. So it will be very exciting conference, and being it's a more focused one, I think will be intense discussions, and surely a lot of interesting things will come out of it. And before I conclude, actually, let me also say that Pushpa Bhattacharya was very close to me. In fact, we studied together at IIT Kharagpur in electrical engineering. We both did BTech in electrical engineering, and we spent 5 years together. In fact, he used to be, I used to also go to his hostel, and he used to come to my place, and we used to exchange not only academic notes, but also a lot of philosophical issues. And even at those times, Pushpa used to be very mature, and he gave me a lot of tips on success. And of course, we both ended up in becoming professors. And so, unfortunately, last 1 or 2 years, we could not stay so much in touch. Of course, we spoke occasionally, but every time he used to be very busy, traveling from one place to another. If I catch him, I'll be going to in Madras airport and going to Patna or somewhere, and difficult to catch. So this is some big loss for all of us. And it just so happens that had written, in fact, I have a little bit of hobby of doing translations, not machine translations, because I'm not a machine. Right, but this is a personal effort. And so there is one Tagore song that I had translated into English, and I feel, there is something today, that with especially Pushpak's involvement in this activity and the word fire that comes here. So let me dedicate this translation to Pushpak. It's unpublished, so it will not be published in one of them, except share in private meetings. So this, some of you were Bengali, that will have to figure it out. So I'm not saying it initially because then that will spoil the suspense. So let me just give you the English version. Let the touchstone of fire graze the soul of mine. Make it a blessed one. Make it a blessed one. Make it a blessed one. Make it a blessed one with the offer of burning. Raise this body of mine light and gentle. Place it as an ardent lamp in your temple. Flames of light in my music ever shining. As the vast body of darkness is graced by you, stars are sparkling all night, never so new. Screens would vanish from the path of vision. Wherever it falls would have the light thereon. My pains would burn up and uprising. Let the touchstone of fire raise the soul of mine. আগুনের পরশমণি তোমার প্রাণে এ জীবন পূর্ণ করো, এ জীবন পূর্ণ করো, এ জীবন পূর্ণ করো, এ জীবন পূর্ণ করো, This can be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for those wonderful words. The home with beautiful relations. I would like to invite Dr. Sumal Pal to give a small token of gratitude to our dignitaries. Amit sir, if you could come to the presentation, sir. Very good, sir. Correspondingly, I would like to request Dr. Sumal Pal to give the organizing secretary of Fire 2025 to deliver the board plan for this inaugural session.
Thank you, Pranav. So it is my duty and honor to minister vote of thanks for the inaugural ceremony. It has been an opportunity for me, so that the organizing here, 17th edition of Fire here at IIT PhD. I would like to thank the director for inspiring me to go ahead with the job of organization and international events like Fire, achieving all-round help, and also finally taking this time off to attend this early morning inauguration in the TV winter. Also, a special thanks for the nice rendition they got from. I'd also like to thank our teams in R&D, in faculty affairs, in academic affairs, and their offices who have provided all-round help during the process of organization. I sincerely thank coordinator, GDAC, chairman, council of wardens, admin wardens, and the wardens of Vivekananda Hostel, Nivedita Hostel, and guest house, as well as guest house of ITBHU and BHU for providing accommodation for speakers and participants. Different departments of ITBHU and BHU have extended assistance in many ways. I'm grateful to them as well. I'm also thankful to Chief Doctor, Dr. Office of IIT and BHU for providing necessary permission as a required. The head of computer science and engineering has always stood beside me during the preparation in the last 1 year. I'm thankful to him and also to my other colleagues who have extended instant and proactive help. I was fortunate to be associated with Fire since its inception in 2008, and that time I was a research scholar. But after that, my students have been continuously participating in Fire. Even though I was not readily involved in the management of Fire for the last few years, Fire overall coordinators and their management have agreed to our proposal of hosting Fire
2025 at IIT. So I'm thankful the entire fire management team. The fire has its trained keynote speakers and participants. Keynote speakers come from their own, from different parts of the world, and participants intellectually engage during the entire year, and finally attend the event. So it is their support that get us going. So let me thankfully acknowledge their continued appreciation and contribution. Let me also thank our sponsors for their generous support, people from press and media for coverage of the event, and our different vendors. Finally, it was not possible without the round of applause, hard work of our scholars, students, whom we call volunteers. But in my opinion, they are the true firefighter. Let me conclude with my submission and a request to the participants who have come a long way, bearing the pain of delayed transport, cancelled travel plan. So we have our best. We have tried our best to offer you a hospitality when you know that we are not in the business of hospitality. And that is not our core competence. The facilities might not be the best, but it is certainly different. Okay. So I would request you to accept it with enjoyment. The institute, the campus, and the city is different and unique in many ways. So explore and experience. Certainly, you can find a lot of data. Have a memorable, enriching experience for your stay.
Thank you, Dr. Mark, for the heartfelt vote of thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the inauguration of Fire 2025. We are grateful to our dignitaries for their time, guidance, and encouragement. There is a small refreshment outside, arranged, just outside the auditorium. Please join us and enjoy a warm cup as we meet fellow delegates and colleagues.
And we will reconvene at 10:15 a.m. for the first keynote lecture by Professor Joman Josh from the University of Glasgow, UK. On behalf of the organizing committee, thank you for attending. We wish you a productive and inspiring conference. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. I am still chairing this session. My name is Jaap Kous, and I'm going to be talking. This is great. So I suggest we slowly start the session. There may be a few of you also online watching. So it's my pleasure to introduce soms goes in a good friends, Ronald Johan, who will talk about beyond hostility. Asked me to give a bio to very legend Johan, but Johan is still at the School of Computing in Glasgow, and something slightly new to me is that he actually directs a lab at the UNIC, the generative AI solutions for information retrieval applications. Slightly gives to here lab, and he's still a part of the retrieval group, which is one of the generative AI. And in Europe, I just Johan worked on so many topics. It's really a wealth. Traditionally, a lot of both user standards and technical research, and also a lot of some key aspects how GenAI and information industry intersect, but always with a keen eye on innovative solutions for complex information access problems. And he worked on multimodal recommender systems, it's another multimodal LLMs, facial expression analysis, content detection in social media, legal prediction, judgment generation, and it was the next thing. I will out otherwise equal to human.
Thank you, Jan, for the kind name. Yeah, I have a research group. We apply our AI technique to information retrieval and NLP problems. That's why it's called Kerala. It's a small group, around 5-6 people. Okay, so what are we going to talk today? I'm going to talk about something called conflict detection. We are all familiar with hate detection, right? What I'm trying to do in this talk is trying to convince you we need to consider broader spectrum of hate, not just hate, right? So that other conflicts have consequences in social media behavior, and we need to understand. Okay. Now, before I go further, let me say a few words about my collaborators. I'm not sure how much light will fit in the screen, but anyway. So this work that I'm presenting here is done by my PhD student, Oliver Warkane. Oliver is wrapping up his thesis as we speak, and also my collaborator in the School of Business Management, or Adam Smith School of Business Studies at the University of Glasgow. So this is purely an interdisciplinary research because the context and the problem is that from the social sciences, and then we develop a model for that. So Oliver has published a paper in ICTIR 2024 in Washington, and later he has extended that into a journal, National Retrieval Research Journal, which you all got a paper or a paper here. So I will talk about what is conflict. We all know about hate, right? I just want to make a case for expanding it. And most researchers, when we talk about it, any problem, we say, give us a data set. They don't care about any models we develop, right? We will develop our own models. So we do talk about generating conflict data sets, and one of the data sets we are using. And I will briefly discuss state of the art on hate detection. Then I'll go into some of the models for conflict detection, deep learning based models for conflict detection, and then some of the AI models. Then I'll conclude. Okay. So we all observe negative behaviors on social media. Okay. So social media is extremely useful for communicating. And we have a new generation of people, they have a 2-second or 3-second attention span, the TikTok generation we call. The benefits of this social media is we can get up-to-date information. Right? So I am originally from Kerala and I work in UK. I can still get what is happening in my village through Facebook or other kind of social media old people use, right? Younger people use something more like Instagram, things like that. However, it also creates problems because it can give misinformation. People can give most usage of it is for generate for or social good. However, there are certain elements which their intentions may not be of generate or as social beneficial. So it may lead to a lot of problems. And there was established work showing that such negative interaction led to consequences. So here is an example of some of the hate or toxic behaviors I talked about that's happening in the social media sphere. I'm not going to do that, but you can see that many of these conversations has an impact on the individuals involved, right? Now, The one on the right happened in a social media platform. The ones on the left, we have that is in our data set, which have to be written, right? So these can be said or harassment, trolling, teasing, criticism, all the things like that. And the consequences of this are creating a toxic online environment. Now, okay, with the severe consequences to well-being of individuals and communities involved. At least, no, it will have a lot of mental health anxiety issues on individuals involved. Especially you can think about children going to depression, suicide, and all these kind of activities happening. What are the factors affecting it? So one of them is in social media. We can have anonymity or semi-anonymity, and it doesn't leave any tangible physical or social clue about the individual perpetrating such activities, right? And absence of accountability as well, even though many countries like EU and other lots of countries trying to uh, create the stricter laws to deal with hateful speech, there are still loopholes. And as a direct result of a generic administration coming in White House, and all these things are now become more serious. So what is conflict? Now, if you talk about conflict, there is a conflict going on between Thailand and its neighbor. So when we think about a conflict, it can be looked from any different perspective. Such definitions, if you go from psychology or sociology or political science or law, it varies. But for practical purposes, we are looking at a conflict as a situation in which two or more parties perceive a divergence of interest. Or one is that may lead to opposition, tension, or incompatibility. Okay? It can arise in various contexts. But we are mostly interested in looking into interpersonal organization or society. Okay, that's the definition of conflict, and you can see here another two examples of real life conflict arising, which is broader than hate. And I'm not reading through them. At least you can see that, right? You can see that the conflict arises in this. So the research we were doing, I'm going to now look into the specific instances of the conflict happening. So since we were working collaboratively with the social science researchers, we looked at the brand community. Brand communities are pages of groups controlled by brands, which provide up-to-date information, interaction with the engagement with the stakeholders. Right? For example, companies like Adidas Nike as a web page or community pages on such a social media platforms. Now, from a perspective of platform or brand perspective, the issues are decreased engagement. If there are a lot of friction happening in these brand communities, you can expect that the customers may walk away, right? And they will lose credibility, erosion of trust, influence on public discourse, and increase moderation challenges. Now, so this was the major reason for us to get involved in this work. Okay. Now, if you look from a brand perspective, the question we were asking is what is the brand stance on the negative interaction and what are the consequences for them, right? The one on the right, you can see that something happened in the real life, some kind of negative patch happened on the Adisas, and subsequently there was a huge flow around the community pages as well as in the public discourse. Now, then the question is, whose responsibility is the problem? Now, if you go and look into this scenario, if you say, if the branch knew something is evolving, some conflict is arising, and if they do any action or preemptive action, will that, control that reporting fraud. That was the question we were asking. Like any other academic, when we were starting, we thought that all the funding from the government agencies are drying up. Maybe this will get us into a lot of funding from big companies who have a lot of money, right? That's what we were dreaming of, but none of that comes. But nevertheless, we managed to do a bit of research, and moreover, we were able to show that if the brand able to deal with such instances early enough, they can control the development of such funnel. So that was a positive outcome, in addition to the number of papers we have produced. So we established negative factors as our negative impacts for the brand, and they should take an active role in negative interaction. For them to take an active role in dealing with the conflict arising in the community pages, they need to have a detector behind, so that they can moderate, they know something is happening, right? So one of our follow-up work, which I am not presenting here, is Oliver looked into around around up to 1 million Twitter information on the brand community pages, and then he has shown that early engagement with the conflict, arising conflict, can control the impact. So that is a really good piece of work happened in the marketing domain, because Jan Stoll is working in the digital marketing domain. So in that area, that was what he's writing up now. Is going to be very influential in that case. Okay. Right. In addition to this direct effect on brand communities, the platforms take the role, particularly when Trump came along to as the president of the USA, they were looking at reducing this kind of engagement, the direct involvement in the moderation conflict on the brands, or not the brands, platforms. So Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg said they are reducing the moderation on their web pages, and now they are creating something called a community pages. So when people report that, then they deal with that. Now, one of the problems of that is this, because during somebody reports, it will be exposed to, and it may lead to huge amount of damage to certain people, individuals, minorities, or children. Now, similarly, Twitter also, or X, is also made this relaxed moderation of connectivity. So that is another reason that we should be dealing with a broader spectrum of conflicts and automatic detection and engagement with the conflict. So that's one part. Now I will talk about what kind of data sets we have for conflict detection. Now, existing data sets predominantly concentrate on very severe forms of conflict, or which we call game. Okay, so there are two data sets in English speaking domain, is Davidson and Fortuna. It's published in the papers. So they use hate speech classes, offensive language. Davidson, for example, use offensive language, hate speech classes, and also normal text. If you go to Fortuna, etc., it is abusive and hateful and normal. So they all deal with, so far, mostly deal with severe forms of conflict. So there is a need to develop a much more broader spectrum of data set, or deal with broader spectrum of conflict. So as I mentioned before, our work started with the brand community. Okay, so again, here the screenshot on the right is from 1994, and you can see that they are announcing and people engage with that community. Okay, so our collaborators use non-participatory ethnographic approach. An ethnographic approach is a particular form of ethnographic study in which they will observe online forums and come up with the respective categorization, right? So what they did is two researchers meticulously examine and classify data, I think it was in Twitter paper time, and consumer conflict, and then separated them into different categories. And that is based on the paper I mentioned here. Okay. Now, so they for creating this data set, they use a dual coding methodology. Okay. So the initial phase consists of one of the researchers, social science researchers, looking through this data and coding them. Okay. And then subsequently, an independent second researcher did an independent analysis on their own. They met together, then come up with a certain coding scheme of products conflict. Okay. So I think based on social science methodology, so their deliberation involved much more extensive discussion and coming up with a certain outcomes, right? These are okay. So this approach eventually led to creation of a data set which has pleasing criticism, sarcasm, trolling, harassment, and threat. If you look at trolling, harassment, and threat, which are serious forms of conflict, and that is what mostly the community is dealing with or developing models to deal with. In addition to this, they included teasing, criticism, and sarcasm. In a minute, I will discuss the rationale for such activity. Now, these 6 classes have a broader spectrum of conflict. Okay. Now the question is, does it matter less or stale forms of conflict like teasing, criticism, and sarcasm involved or not? Right. Now, I'm going to look at that now. Why do we need to have lesser forms of conflict? Now, if you look at this severe forms of conflict, we all know that harm is either exclusively the motive of somebody sending a message in that kind. Right. Now, but when you look at sarcasm and teasing, it's lighter forms of conflict and maybe an element of humor in it. Okay. Now, however, at the same time, they still have the potential to cause harm to individuals involved. Now, sarcasm and teasing are two separate entities, even though due to humor, they may have some common together. Second, if you look at the criticism, public criticism is acceptable. However, if people may construct, it can be delivered in a constructive manner. However, people can treat it as a direct insult. Okay. Now, it can be seen as a socially acceptable form of interaction. However, for the user who receives that in a public space, it could be generate some harm. So these are the reason we thought that we need to consider sarcasm, teasing, so in addition to civil forms of conflict. There were research already in the social science domain showing that such lighter forms of conflict lead to consequences onto the well-being of individuals involved. Okay, as a result of this, we have created a data set which is hierarchical because we have lesser forms of conflict, severe forms of conflict, and in the lesser forms of conflict, we have teasing, criticism, and sarcasm. Around 208 to 700 data points in it. It's unbalanced. On the extreme forms of conflict, we have trolling, harassment, and threat. And obviously, you can have a larger amount of information or data points in trolling and harassment, whereas threats are more. So it's an unbalanced data set. Now let's look at the characteristics of this data set. So on the table on the left, we looked at number of characters in each data point, in each class, as well as the words in it, and percentage of stop words, and number of sentences. Now,
So TC has 78.5 characters in each, on average, on each data point. Criticism has around 233, sarcasm has around 59, rolling. Rolling has around 106, and that's 130. So on average, 147 characters in the data points. And number of words on average 26.85 words per data point, and around 2.5 sentences per on average. Okay. On the lower right, we have a similarity between these data classes. Heat map showing similarity between. And if you look at this, and you can see that high similarity. For example, this is teasing, and if you look at the teasing, criticism, sarcasm, trolling, harassment, and threats. All right, I'm not supposed to take it. Okay, forgive. So it's if you look at this criticism and the harassment, there is a 0.71 is the similarity. That's a huge overlap in terms of similarity. Right? Now, average similarity between these classes is around 0.6. Now, this will increase the challenges of these models to separate these classes into different forms of conflict. Okay, now let's look into some of the related work in this domain. Obviously, deep learning models were the standard. You know, in deep learning models, CNN were used in the around 10 years ago as a classifier and effective classifier for both text and multimodal data. Now, based on that, Hate Classify is a CNN-based framework which was published in 2020 for labeling social media content into hate, which are more extreme forms of hate, in fact, achieving a very competitive multiplier. Now, CNN is, as we know, one of the early models of deep learning systems. Subsequently, when we have transformer-based model, we have people started using work and other kinds of models. Now, if you look at the work by Salminen and al. Published in 2022, detecting hate across multiple platforms and how models with work is superior. Okay, so work labs shown to be performing much better on this domain. So based on that, the hate work is another transformer-based model developed pre-trained on the social media data. So they did the intensive pre-training on social media comments and used for hate classification, and seems to be also showing good results. Again, published by Cassidy et al. In 2020. Okay, in general, existing approaches looked at the extreme or severe forms of conflict. Okay, so there weren't any work dealing with lesser forms of conflict. Now, so we have done some comparative works on these data sets. We use 3 data sets. First one is the multi-class conflict data set we create, my collaborator created, we extended. Second one is work by Fortuna on a 3-class extreme forms of conflict. And third one is by Davidson et al. Work. So NC language, speech classes, and the normal. Okay, all are on social media products. So these 3 data sets are used in our experiments, and I will show some of the performance of some of the state-of-the-art models on this data set. So we use BERT since BERT has been shown to be superior in classifying hate in multi-class scenarios, and we use the BERT with the 12 layers, 12 heads, 768 hidden size around with 110 billion parameters. We also use GPT-2 again with a comparable size And we also, in addition to this, we want to show how is the one of the emerging models work. Plan T5 is something by Google, which has shown to work very well in NLP task. It's an instruction-based model. Again, it has around 250 million parameters, and we use the model uploaded to the Hugging Face library. So in addition, Paper, which is fine-tuned on social media comments, we use that, which has a comparable size to BERT model. In addition to this, we use DistilBERT, which is a lighter form of BERT model, which is of the size 40% size of BERT, but it can get 97% of language understanding as well. So we find that. Okay. So these are the models we use as part of this state of the art. Let's look at the performance. So 3 data sets, and in addition to that, and these models. Okay. So let's look at the performance of conflict data sets, which have 6 classes, and we are looking at accuracy, effort, recall, and precision. Because the data sets are bit unbalanced, we wanted to use all these metrics in this classification. Can you see? Right? Okay. So if you look at this BERT performance, it's around 0.69, 0.61, 0.61, and 0.65 for precision, recall, effort, and accuracy. And if we compare that with HateBERT, HateBERT is we trained on social media comments of negative interactions, and then the performance of the data sets we were dealing with is much less. And if you go to DistilBERT, which is the lighter form of the model, which is again much less than the BERT, and if you go to GPT-2, which is again much less than the BERT performance, and finally Plan T5, which is a bigger model and shown to be working very well in NLP tasks, which is also performance. Now, if you look at the Davidson data set, the performance on BERT is much higher, okay, compared to other models. And if you go to the Fonda model, it seems like other models are reasonably okay compared to, still BERT is much better. So the state-of-the-art models on this day. One more point, we didn't use entire data sets from Fonda and Davidson. We sampled them roughly the same size as Thornley, around 4,000 points. Part of the reason is as we were running many models, time. The second is comparable data sets we want to use the conflict. Now, both Fonda and Davidson are balanced compared to our conflict data, right? Okay, that is the state-of-the-art model performance on this. One of the challenges, especially with the multi-class conflict data set, there's a crosstalk between these models. As I have shown the heat map, there's a huge similarities between classes, right? So, as we don't know that, it will make the development of models complex. So, when there's a crosstalk between classes, the trained models, when we train the models, the performance seems to be degraded. Okay. Now, our challenge is how do we deal with it? So that's the first model we developed. We were looking at how to gauge the models in addressing such crosstalk or interaction between classes within the data set. So we use something called decision transformer. So decision transformer is a model developed from a Google research team, which was around 2021 came along. The idea in decision transformer is remodeling reinforcement learning problems as a sequential modeling problem. Now, reinforcement learning based methods are very popular at that time. However, there seems to be bit not very robust or difficulties in converging etc. in different scenarios. In addition, we have to use Even though it is originally intended in online scenarios, in information driven NLP tasks, we have to use offline data sets. So in that scenario, if we could model it as a supervised problem, it makes life much easier, right? So that's the one point. Second aspect is, in the reinforcement learning based methods, we use the rewards. Whenever the user makes a the rewards will be increased, and eventually we need to create a model to develop a robust reward strategy, right? Now, in a classifier, how do we generate the reward? That was the challenge. So we come up with this. We want to, given a text to classify, we want to find the distance between that text and the classes and gauge this model with using a decision transformer framework. Gauge this model in a sequential form to classify correctly. So in this work, when we exploit decision transformer based model for classification, we were exploiting these rewards, particularly the distance between the text we want to classify and the respective classes to which we want to look at that as embedded in correctly classified. So the idea is, the focal point is to guide this model in an appropriate separation, separating these classes into the form. Okay. So how did we form the rewards? Given a text to classify, we will find distance between the classes and the respective text. Now for the classes, we tried between taking an average embedding for each class and then find the distance, as well as we experimented with the individual elements of the class and taking average. But it is computationally expensive, as well as it didn't perform well. So what we did is, we took the average embedding for the class and then find the distance between the text to class. One more thing we did is, this distances between 0 and 1, but seems to be bit not very robust in dealing with the decimal number. So we kind of scale it to 1, which is kind of a normal way of dealing with when we deal with that decimal numbers at that point. So our belief or our contention was, these reward functions may guide the model in appropriately guiding it to classify it correctly. So instead of going to the mathematics, I may introduce this as a bit more like it to these figures. So the decision transformer is a causal transformer along with the input text and the distances with the 6 classes, right? The concrete data set I'm talking about, you know that we have 3 lesser forms of conflict and 3 forms of conflict, 6 classes, and we have these distances for the input text to classify. Along with that goes to the causal transformer. It gives class 1 each class probabilities, which then eventually go into a softmax layer to get an output class. So in bit more detail, if you get, when we get the input text, we look at the embedding and find the cosine similarity between each of the 6 classes. And then this goes into a causal transformer. The output of that goes into a dropout layer, which is standard things we all do. And then it goes to a linear layer. Finally, that linear layer output goes to a softmax layer, and then output is classified. So in comparison to any other model we use, we have this input. From this, in addition to the input, we have these distances with the classes as a scale. Yeah, am I doing anything wrong? Or am I touching it?
That's fine, we'll just try to minimize the video.
Yeah.
Can you minimize? Okay.
It's a Zoom, right? Zoom. Where is the master computer? Is that? Normally you get
Yeah, they are some. Just continue.
okay. Okay, now let me present the results of that. Right? The state of the art results I have presented before. It's exactly same as, and work is our state of the art results, at least for this data set. Okay, and then what I presented is the conflict DT results. Let's look at the conflict data set, which is 6-class model. The performance is substantially improved. Instead of 6.9, around 2% improvement for accuracy and an F1 score. Similarly, 3% or precision is bit decreased. It's much higher on bus. If we go and look at the Davidson et al. Data set, which is again a 3-class data set with the extreme forms of conflict, again improved substantially. And if you go and look at Fonda et al. Data set, which is again a severe forms of conflict, it's a 3-class data set, it's comparable or improved performance on that. So conflict seems to be improving this classification. Let's now look at this on a heat map. The class, why it performed and why it is, right? So here the class performance output of BERT model as well as the conflict DT model. And if you look at this teaching class, and the performance improved substantially. If you look at the criticism, performance improved from 0.49 to 0.57. Sarcasm, it's same. And trolling, it improved. And harassment, which decreased. And threat, which improved. Okay. Now, if you look at the harassment, and you can see that it has a huge overlap with the teasing. Okay. Now, it's less than that of BERT, but still it's higher in that category. Okay. So overall, even if the performance improving, you can see some classes the performance is decreasing. Now, the teaching it stayed the same, whereas in the harassment it decreased a bit. Now, so the reward modeling is working, even though we need to start to see the variations of other rewards, how they work. So the reward model we use as a distances of the input text to the average class everybody of 6 classes, right? So we call that distance between all classes. Alternative is to, we can just look at the lesser forms of conflict and higher forms of conflict, and we can use as the reward. So we can take all the average predict for the lesser forms of conflict because it's hierarchical, all right, and the extreme forms of conflict, and see whether that will guide us in this form. And since the harassment performance is much less, we could also look at if we just use that distance between harassment class will work or not. Okay. And there is one more class we use is sequential modeling, which I will explain later. Let's look at the first 3 and see how the performance varies. Now here we have the same models. There is something like a hierarchical, but ignore that. I don't have time to go through that. It is so if you look at this is the one we have used in the previously difference between all the classes. That's kind of they look at performance now. If you look at the second reward function, alternative one, instead of using all classes, which we use the lesser and the extreme forms of conflict hierarchies, and you can see the performance decreases except the precision increase. The precision increase. Right? And if you look at the distance from the harassment as only the reward function, you can see that the performance still decreases, except maybe compared to the lesser forms of conflict, the precision is slightly lower. Okay? Now, if you look at this class output as a heat map function, assuming that you can see from there, you could see this is the one with the harassment, just distance between the harassment as the reward function, and here it is 2 abstract classes. And you can now look at this, you can see this the performance decreased here when the lesser compared to teasing, 0.9 and 0.029. The criticism improved, sarcasm decreased, and trolling decreased, and then harassment stays same, and then threats stay the is improved again. Okay. So it's not much improvement happening here, except the precision on one of the harassment tasks. Now, when we started this work, when I asked Oliver, we may be able to exploit this framework. The idea was that to model like an online game. So when we classify a text, we could look each word coming into adding more context. As if in the reinforcement learning game scenario, and people play model learn more about. So that was our original idea, sequential model. So we looked into this. Is our way of looking at this is when you look at sentences, one after another words, as they evolve, it adds more context. So we were trying to look at this more as a sequential model into that perspective. And also when that was our original idea but it ended up being a bit more computationally expensive. So we looked into this each sentence and then look at the distances, exactly same framework, and then it adds into the next sentence like that as sequential model. Okay, we also played with the word by word as well. But so if you look at this, this we call sequential conflict teaching. The performance. So one of the things we can use is we can use this model just as it is without word and without word. The one is the distance between the classes for this data set, and you could see that compared to our this is our baseline. Compared to that didn't really improve performance except in some classes precision increase. Okay, so that modeling is not basically increasing much, and the conflictability is still the best. And we also looked into this. So what we were expecting there, as we increases more context to the data or additional words or sentences, we say we would expect this the distance between the predicted class and the actual class should be decreased. And you can see that if you look at the time steps and the distance between this true class and the actual class, it should be coming to 0, but that is not the slight increase only happening. So our initial conjecture didn't work there, but then average sentence length for this class is 2.48. Maybe that approach is more appropriate classifying larger text rather than so. Okay, so in addition to this, we also played with the knowledge distillation. What is knowledge distillation? So it's Hinton et al. In 2015. There's a transferring dark knowledge or extensive knowledge of this bigger model into a student model may increase the performance. Okay. And it has been applied in many applications. So it has demonstrated that by training the student to mimic the soft and output probabilities of the LLM of the teacher, the student learns the interface in the generic capabilities of teacher and then develop better consequences. Okay, so there is nothing new in it other than we apply to this problem. Now we use two features there. One is the hard level in the original data set which gave the model. In addition to that, the soft supervision from the teacher model to the student model. That's the two. The hard level basically ensure alignment to the ground truth annotations, whereas the soft supervision from the teacher model output probabilities for the student model probabilities basically provides additional information. So if we look at this data, so we tried the three standard approaches. One is as in the 2015 work, soft and output distributions from the teacher to gauge the student. Yeah. So we are using KL divergence of the class probability output of the teacher as well as student, in addition to the hard label to gauge the point. As in, basically using the 20 in and group work. We also used the output probabilities as a distillation. So here what we are doing is we will look at this class probability vector from the teacher as well as the student, and then we were using MSC, which is in comparison to KL divergence, it treats all elements equally, and seems to be improving that process. And the third one, we were using hidden embedding dimension, okay, as a mechanism of enabling this knowledge distillation. So these three approaches of standard knowledge distillation we applied to this problem. And now let's look at the results. So all these above are exactly same as what I discussed so far. And what we are discussing is knowledge distillation using hidden embedding, knowledge distillation using probabilities, as well as the KL divergence one, right? Okay. Now, the hidden embedding is the best performance so far, right? And it is statistically significant, especially but we compare with the BERT, right? It improves better than the conflict DT in most cases, and statistically significant performance improvement. Now, other two knowledge distillation strategies, this performance is even though it's improved compared to the state-of-the-art BERT model in some cases, still it's not as good as hidden embedding. Okay. Now, one of the things we looked into this, and kind of I remember talking to Oliver and saying that we should be looking at the console aspect. Oliver went and looked into the time involved in the running. In addition to that, he went and used the green algorithms, Carbon's cost estimator. So Lenelok, etc., introduced this in 2021. Basically, it estimates the carbon footprint of any computational task by taking into account GPU type and count, memory usage, runtime, and platform, etc. And if you look at this and the cost of running this, okay, let's look at it. So the runtime of these models we can get. Then we could get the carbon footprint as well as the energy consumption. So far, our best performing model is knowledge distillation with hidden embedding, right? Now let's look at the conflict DT. So BERT is our state-of-the-art model, which has a runtime of 761. If you look at conflict DT, which increases by approximately 6%. Then if you look at the sequential form of conflict DT, it substantially increase. And if you use the knowledge distillation, which LLM, I mentioned, teacher model gaining this. If you look at this, and it's further substantially increased. Runtime. Okay. Now, if you look at the carbon footprint, you can see that BERT is much less, and conflict DT is slightly improved. Now, if you go on to look at any other models, it's substantially improved. Okay. I guess I made a typo here. And energy consumption, if you look at this, again, you could see that improvement. So only conclusion I could say is, if you really want to get a performance and if you want to look into the pros involved, maybe BERT is the best approach. However, if you still need to get a better performance, right, then conflict DT can increase the performance, but not as much increasing the substantial cost into the company. And if you really into a scenario where you want the performance to be topmost, then we should be using LLM hidden. Okay. Now, one of the benefits of working with the social science researchers is we can use their techniques. So we want to look into why such misclassification, whenever it happened, and why it happened. So we use a technique called semantic analysis, which is used in social science research domain, especially Brown and Clark. It's a qualitative search method. Look at the themes in which these models misbehave, in our opinion. Okay, so it uses around 6 steps. First is the researchers look at the data, then they initiate some codes and look for themes, review the themes, and then form the themes correctly and produce the report. Right, that's the social science methodology to give. Now, such themes help in understanding the performance of a classification model. For example, if a model misclassify examples consistently, semantic analysis can identify whether specific patterns in the data are something others or not. Okay, so this is it's kind of out of my expertise area, but it is John's coming. So let me look at an idea here. If you look at the data point, these are the data points you want to classify. We look at the model level and original level, and you can see that some of them, for example, second one is models criticize the criticism, whereas original is using. The third one, it is the model say it is a harassment, it is actually criticism. The fourth one is the trolling, harassment, and also here trolling into teasing, right? So why did that happen? The semantic analysis basically then goes and creates a semantic code. Okay. Hard to see any criticism, text is more light-hearted, direct criticism of user, insult lead to harassment, etc. Eventually, these things then we could form as a report. So when we look into the classification output, we could find 3 other reasons for this classification. One is linguistic fluidity. The linguistic fluidity, if you look at you may not be able to see this, quickly let us spend our precious weekend time arguing about fast food on the internet, or these are some examples. So it is the multiple meanings of these words and which introduces problem for the classifier. So that is what number 1. 36% of cases, the linguistic fluidity. Second one is context dependency. When we try to classify a data point, but that data point is happening within a context, within a conversation, in a social media, and we don't have, model has no access. So we are trying to classify it without understanding the context in which it occurs. So this is the context dependency. 28% of the cases is due to context dependency. A picture that says it's a joke. No, don't take it so hard or something like that. So model, when you try to classify, doesn't have access to the previous conversation and that way. The final one is a humor ambiguity, 20%. Okay. When a message flows into to convey that it was meant in humor, and model has difficulty, as we know, in understanding humor in the social context, and then it leads to this classification. Okay. So to conclude, I hope I kind of convinced you. Conflict is an interesting topic to be investigated, much more than hate, or we should be considering for lighter forms of hate or conflict in investigation. We have a data set here. We have introduced a model based on decision transformer, which we model reinforcement learning problems are most supervised learning. And we compare and contrast it with other state-of-the-art models, including knowledge displacement models. Even though knowledge distillation provides better performance, we have shown the computational cost involved and contrasted when that performance is accepted and realized. And finally, we looked into the thematic classification of it and identity. We made the thematic codes for this classroom. So that's all from me. And if you have any questions, happy to answer.
I have two questions. The first one is about the classes themselves. The classes, as we can perfectly naturally, like they are not comparable with each other.
Right.
They're actually, but clearly they're not.
Yeah, no.
It's like a lighter scale kind of less severe to more severe. I think the most popular approach to deal with this kind of problem is that of ordinal regression. It is somewhere between regression and problem. Right. Where it is small regression and it's not a class. Some way compared. Did you consider?
No, we didn't. We didn't do that. That's mainly because even though they are academic, it's natural. And really some go on, maybe some different tomorrow.
Another question. Oh, I can see a question. Judging may help, but not.
Thank you for the talk. I have one question, like, as you told that we are like an actor. So why not use the like decoder you have access to? But why not direct decoder with because in that you'll be able to like pick all the data.
Yeah, that's a particular. You know this, you know, when we when we look at data, quite from one side. Second reason is application perspective. And third reason is we did use this kind of generative model, right? And for some augmented state. That is it. And then in reality, I don't know whether it is possible for to find all that time. We use the so when you use the state of the art model, why do you use plan each time? Transfer of why use first, even though these concepts of honest, what these blocks now. So usually we better use the plan. And last 2 years in our concept that was meditation.
That you can either use the generative part or it doesn't. Or you can use something like logic fit so that you can directly match your logics particularly.
Right.
So that I think it's especially the categories of line actually I mean who transform model and it has also negotiate. I have a question. And they are working on.
So like, because you already worked in like hierarchical structures of that conflict levels, right? You have any plans to actually maybe release some data sets on
Yeah, we do.
for like reference data sets, like because it's, some conflict or full levels are fine, the others ones are really serious. So like at this time, I can think of like this could be like a there could be a preference data set based on which the reward value could be.
I think we will be sharing all the things. That's something for next. We are using enhanced time. Okay, sir. We can release the technologies of the now. And many different the evaluate the people can right. I think that's very interesting.
So one more question from my side. If you mentioned there are 6 classes.
Right.
But is there any further need to go more high granular level? For example, just to give one example. Let's say we have written some speech related to disabilities. So it is not exactly matching with any of the 6 categories. For example, a sentence like they should not be allowed to. Okay, it is not a kind of harassment that not even trolling or play. So similar to that, can we still go more high granular?
But in theoretically, yes, we can, but for the context we were considering. So the social science research, they looked at the different spectrum taken, but that is one side. On the other side, if you look at the model, I think the model should perform in if we have data and those. Okay. So my answer is we won't be looking into that mainly because we were most people looking into the land community of the digital concept here. As part of our collaborating and then, however, I think if we have data on that, and I don't see any reason why the model. Okay, and I want to say that what even if applying this model on social media data on a much larger data set, and then show that these models and the early involvement by the brand can significantly reduce. So that's very interesting. Basically, so far we were looking at whether we can improve models. Social scenario, when you look at it, those improvements really translate to real life. That's what the as a final start.
And when for continuation, can we?
So no one will be around. We're going to select and the rest of the ones. So we have honors the prior traditions by offering sessions, but there's also a prior tradition of limiting how much they offer. I think this is the moment to thank you all again. Thanks, Johan. And frequently, that it's going to be very start with the crypto QA, and there's a lot of more interesting content directly on them. Maybe,
When I went to Calcutta in 2003, and they gave me a train, this is my house. No, it was like a train. This 2006. Yeah, 2006. 6. We will check it out. Oh, well, this is going to my off. Thank you.
So, even this display of this name, Can we kind of hide you? This. So one announcement. So we are starting with crypto Q&A track. So before that, if you have a presentation, please come for in crypto Q&A. Also upload your PPT on the Google form. So QR code is there. Okay. Yeah. So I am handing over to the 2000.
Yeah, handing over to the 2000. So I'm coming forward is not a figure of speech. So you have to actually come forward and sit somewhere in front. So I can announce the names they got from Bhargav. This is the order we are going to follow. Yeah, I'm going to take a little bit of time on the overview track. Then we have the presenter V.T. Rushi. Yeah, V.T. Rushikaran, Shubham, Watson Robert, I think he's not here. Asha Hegde, she is going to online, and Shiva Shankar Samu. So this is going to be the order. Yeah, can you please move to this row maybe? Yeah. Including me? No. 1, 2, 4, 4. You have 4. Only one of you online. 3 are. Let's see.
अंतिम हो गया है
मैंने किया
So there is one participant. So Asha is going to
present first.
online or not.
Okay.
She will be online. I will let her know when her presentation is done. Can have her at the back.
हाँ,
So the
we
end.
can
So, ask them to send it there.
I hope we
So, hello everyone. So, I'm not going to take too much of time because the people who put in hard work to participate in the track should get more time to present. So, I must say that I had a minimum role to play in this track. Most of the organization, data preparation have been done by postdoc, who is not here, unfortunately. And students, Dhruv Kumar and Somrupa Shankar. So, before I go to the presentation, a lot of things are going through my mind because today morning we saw the picture of Pushpak sir, and next I am going to go to ASL, which is going to be in IIT Bombay. And IIT Bombay is the place when we had fire in 2011, and Pushpak sir was the host. And if I remember, Pushpak sir and Douglas Ford were having a conversation like, what is the difference and what are the similarities between information retrieval and natural language processing? Are they same? Are they different? Right? And perhaps he had foreseen that these two fields are going to melt into one. Nowadays, we don't see any difference. This track really testimony to the fact that so the data set, the initial data set, which was used last year, along with the methods, accepted fully to the 2.5, which is NLP value, but we have a track from that data set in FIRE. So FIRE is no longer on the torchbearer of IR. Cooling is not the torchbearer of NLP. We are all as one, right? Solving the same set of problems, right? And I had more interactions with Pushpak sir when I was at TCS Research. He was one of the mentors of our team, and I'm happy that I have one paper with him as part of that work. And regarding this, there is small preface. So I was watching some blog posts where there was a lot of confusion regarding what is this cryptocurrency. People had a lot of confusion whether to invest, whether not to invest, right? I talked to postdoc that why don't we crawl some amount of data from Twitter and Reddit and find out what confusion people have at that point, right? And why don't we create a data set out of it? So the data set was there and the paper got published, and parallelly we had that. After it got published, we had the same data set for this track. So this is the second time it's running. So the first year we had Twix and Reddit. This year we have YouTube post. There's one question I had in the previous talk, since it had to be cut short. I could not ask the question that we could not expand our tweet and Reddit dataset because of the restrictions on Twitter and Reddit at that point of time. That's why we had to use YouTube posts. That is the version 2 of this track. So in the recent years, cryptocurrency, yes, it has gained a lot of public interest, and there have been some work on blockchain networks, but there was no dedicated study on the kind of confusion, appreciation people have regarding the use of cryptocurrency. So this is a data set of this sort.
So we are not solving the cryptocurrency problems. We are looking at the mindset or the perspective of common people, right, with regard to the use of cryptocurrency. So initially we had tweets, Reddits, and question answering dataset based on Reddit. This year we have the third one, YouTube comment. So if you consider a post, so we initially categorized into noise, objective and subjective kind of comments where on basic opinion regarding whether cryptocurrencies are good or not, right? So for the subjective, on subjective class, we had 3 more categorizations: neutral, negative, positive. And neutral part had neutral sentiments along with some advertisements. Importantly, the dataset which we crawled from Reddit had a lot of subreddits. There were a lot of questions asked, like should I invest on this? And there were a lot of answers by many experts. So as a part of this dataset, we had a separate question answering dataset. When you have a question on certain issue on cryptocurrency, so that actually formed the dataset number 4, so which is a part of the original dataset. So the objective would be Bitcoin shoots past $51,000, adding over $70 billion. Objective means it is not an opinion, it's a fact, right? So positive means Ethereum is a cryptocurrency making big moves in 2020. There were plenty of advertisements like this many dollars giveaway, we are giving away this much, and so on and so. And there were many questions and answers like any crypto debit card available in India, and we got people actively involved, getting involved into conversations. Well, many people volunteering to answer this kind of thing. So this is the answer: B21 investing, they provide cards, right? What do you guys think is going to have the biggest surge? So one of the most upvoted answers we had, Siacon are promising. I have to stay on that list. I will say Polkadot. Can somebody help you understand why crypto is a hedge against inflation? The most popular answer was because crypto's appreciation in value outpaces fiat's depreciation in value. You can find some sarcasm also. So we did not go there. So, yeah, okay. So these are overall statistics. So mostly the participants would know that subjective posts were the maximum, as you can see here. So is there any pointer anywhere? Yeah, I can see it here, right? So subjective posts for Twitter, you can see that 1 to 4.8, a lot of noise. Mostly, I mean, positive posts. People were quite positive about the use of cryptocurrency. They were quite excited about this. As you see in most of the media, there would be people who have no opinion at all, neutral, like a random comment, right? The world is so beautiful, right? Something like this. And there were a lot of questions and advertising. People use this platform to sell their products also. They were not always related to cryptocurrency. Someone coming up with a new cryptocurrency would have been advertised here. So for Reddit, you see that similar kind of trends we could find. There were a lot of subjective posts, a lot of noise, and there were a lot of questions. As you can see, the number of questions were 2390. This actually led us into believing that if we could expand this further, this can be a good question answering dataset also. So we are doing classification as well as question answer. Then similar for YouTube, we had a lot of questions, neutral sentiments, negative, positive, everything. So all of these were annotated by at least 2 human experts, right? And whenever there was a tie, there was a session to resolve the ties. If the ties could not be resolved, they were not included as a part of the data, right? And the resolution was done rigorously, and until we got a satisfactory level of agreement, they were not added to the data, right? This much we could do. So this shows the distribution of different kinds of categories. You see that majority form the neutral posts. Not surprisingly though, there were a lot of negative posts also, right? So this was a part of the testing data. Similar statistics were there for training. So on the QA data set, we had 3704 relevant, 21531 as not relevant, and you can see the stat for the test data. So in task one, the task was to develop a classification model to classify cryptocurrency related social media posts into the 8 classes: noise, objective, positive, negative, neutral, question, advertisement, and a mistake. And task 2, for a given question answer pair on a cryptocurrency, participants have to detect whether the answer is relevant to the question or not. So we had 20 registrations. Seems that many teams registered only to get the dataset. They actually could submit 8. Actually 8 teams submitted. 7 teams submitted working notes, and 5 teams registered for fire, and 4 of them are going to present. So this we will get to know. KLU used DBOT small model. Then Bangalore University used BOT. IISER Kolkata used GEMA. SVNIT used GRU based model, and as with attention, we'll get to know about it very soon. And Meenakshi Sundarajan Engineering College used BOT again. So this is summary of the methodologies, and these are the results overview. KLU seems to achieve perfect score. Okay, so we are going to introduce this further. Oh, one point I would like to add, like I'm from IISER Kolkata, and I'm happy to share that the dataset was built in-house in IISER Kolkata. I'm talking about dataset version 1, which was used last year, but the expansion was done at IIT Kharagpur by postdocs team, and we have I think the only participant from IISER Kolkata this year was Shubham is here. Shubham is going to present, and we will have 4 more presentations. Looking forward to that. Thank you very much. Yeah. So this is the current team, and the previous team had Sogoto Shorkar, who did his final year thesis with me. He is at Deloitte, and the Deloitte Kolkata, and Aditya Badwal is doing MBA for some reason, MBA at IIM Kolkata. And then Dhruv Kumar is a BTech student at IIT Kharagpur. Nomra Shorkar is, I think, I'm not sure about that. I need to figure out. But from Rupa, Kosov is not here, and yes, this is green. Thank you very much. So we will go in order as discussed. So we will start with Yeah, so we will start with transformer-based multitask text classification of cryptocurrency, social media index with Gibraltar VT Small to be presented by VT Rushikara. So you have 5 minutes.
Hi everyone, I'm Vidhi Rushikara from KA University and I worked under my triple IT quota Madam Dr. Saranjit ma'am. On a project titled Transformer Based Multitask Text Classification of Cryptocurrency Social Media Text with Debugged with this month. Agenda. So we'll be discussing about the introduction, task overview, methodology, results, and I have a live demo, conclusion, and differences. Introduction. So this work develops transformer-based models to address task one, which is hierarchical opinion classification, and task two is about binary relevance detection in cryptocurrency-related social media posts. Yes. So we have used debugged V3 small with advanced loss functions such as label smoothing, dice loss, focal loss, and supervised contrastive learning. Task overview. So we have worked on two data sets. Task one is about hierarchical multi-level classification, and task two is about binary classification, which is about rated question comment relevance detection. Yeah. So from this figure one, hierarchical multi-level classification, we can understand that there are total three levels, which consist of noise, objective, subjective. If it is subjective, it will move to the second level, which consists of neutral, positive, and negative. If it is neutral, it will move to the third level, which consists of neutral sentiments, quotients, advertisements, and miscellaneous. So the total data set I have provided is around, for Twitter it's around 9,000, and for Reddit it's around 17,000, and for YouTube it's around 14,976. And the test data set they provided was 501 for all the three platforms such as Reddit, Twitter, and YouTube. On the right side we can see the data set distribution across platforms and hierarchical levels across all the categories like noise, objective, subjective, etc. Task two is about binary classification, which is about relevance detection. Like we can clearly see that in the data set there is lot of non-relevant, which is biased. So like it's biased. So in the methodology section, we'll be discussing about it in detail, how we handled it. So basically, they have given around 21,657 of non-relevant data, and relevance is about 3,704. Methodology. So for this, we have used a debugged V3 mode because it has the disentangled attention, in which it captures the context in a much better way compared to any normal model such as BERT model or Roberta model. And it is also it works better. Like it's a lightweight model, lightweight transform model, and it's efficient. Yeah. And for the better generalization, I have used the label smoothing, focal loss, and dice loss. such that it imp- such that it enhances the like it captures the perfect meaning. So this is the task on hierarchical multi-level classification model. This is the end-to-end training pipeline. So first I have loaded all the three datasets such as Reddit, Twitter, and YouTube, normalized and tag source and standardized and applied hierarchical filtering. And for level one, I pre-processed and applied a deeper retrieval model, and I have done the ensemble learning, and after that, it tries to classify whether it's noise, objective, subjective. And for the level two training, I have done the same. I have used the deeper retrieval model. I have applied a five-fold stratified training and applied an ensemble modeling. And after that, it classifies whether it's neutral, positive, or negative. And level 3, I have done the same, and it finally classifies what is the intent of the text. And on the right side, we can see the model parameters. You have like 2 minutes. Yeah. So this is the overall framework evaluation, like how it works in a simpler manner, using the debarked Wheat-Reisman model. This is for the task 2 binary classification for relevance detection. So we have loaded the data, done the pre-processing, and we have applied debugged model and 5-4 stratified splitting, and afterwards we used the RMW optimizer, and lastly it predicts whether it is relevant or non-relevant. Relevant is 1, non-relevant is 0. It's labeled binary classic, and down we can see the model hyperparameter. These are the results. So basically, with the help of the debugged retrieval model with the advanced loss function, it helped in generalizing better manner and gave the perfect results. Like for for the task 1, it gave a perfect 1.0 and a rank 1, and for even for task 2, it gave a 1.0 as the F1 score and the rank. Like I can't show it, but yeah, I have it.
I think you can conclude now.
Yeah. Yes. The conclusion, yeah. So in future frameworks, I'll try to apply more advanced models such that it can be synchronized in the real world data and give much better results.
It's already one, right? Yes. How can it take better? Because one.
Yeah, like I mean in the real world context, like it's very complex, right? So yeah, like I'll try to enhance more, like much better. References. This is QR code. I have the demo as ready. But we yes, sorry.
So, do you have any questions?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, we can take questions offline. So let's thank this. Next, Aisha Kolkata team. Aisha Kolkata and IIM. Name?
Good afternoon, everyone. So today I am Subham Banerjee Singh and from ISO Kolkata. I am presenting our particular solution related to Q track, which has been titled as hierarchical opinion classification using large language models. First, I'd like to give you a brief introduction that the classification and the datasets were already given to us, and my previous speaker has already demonstrated the detailed analysis of the dataset. Now, as you can see, I would like to again showcase the tree diagram for the hierarchy. As you can see again, there are leaf nodes there are actually 8 leaf nodes. What we did, we took this as a classification task using a simple neural network architecture. Label visualization can be given to you. As you can see, it's an anime high school and here there are people who are talking between themselves, there are advertisements going on, there are different kinds of subjective analysis, neutral sentiments are going on. And this kind of classification is a real world task. So there we have taken 2 different approaches. The main core philosophy of FIRE is evaluation. So in that particular evaluation, we have taken a very lightweight architecture, which is our approach 1 using a classification fine tuning. And the second approach is a heavyweight approach, we're using instruction fine tuning. Both are using gamma models. The first one is using 1 billion model, the second uses 27 billion model. Now we have already defined a problem statement and the classes as well. How do we prepare the data? There are 4 different phases to prepare the data for our task. First is the structural integrity. That means we have to eliminate a few of the data participants, like the round participants, and then we have to check are there any duplications or not. There were hyperlinks, there were different kinds of emojis, there were Unicode errors, and even I would have to say that there were even CLP errors. So there were during parsing it was very difficult. So we have to correct those as well. We did text normalization, and finally we did the label formatting. After that, I want to show you the dataset statistics. It has already been shown by Dr. Kripamantu Ghosh. But I want to say the imbalance. See the imbalance that is there. In one particular example, like the advertisements had only 1 sample in the YouTube dataset. Okay, so we go to the model architecture and this is the token embeddings, what we are going through. We change the last header to 8 as a classification. You can skip to the result. Yes, sure. These are benefits. Now, these are the training methodologies that we have followed. We have optimized it. We have used the gradient stabilization. We have used AdamW and the training config is also there. The weights were actually based on the frequency of the data labels that were coming up in the data set. And finally, the instruction finding was a simple masking and the label that was going with it. Now for that, I'd like to show you the results. First, the run 1 classification and then with the run 2 classification. The Reddit data set, as you can see, it's 41.4. And then we have done the instruction fine tuning. You can see that it is massively superior, but the noise that was there in the first run was actually improved. And let me show you here. See the category results in the second run of the data set. What we can see is the first run when we are using a simple classification head, the model is collapsing with the minority classes. That means it's not able to generalize that better, but the instruction fine tuning has been able to generalize it with a 35x time. So why is it failing? Because the reuse noise dominance, because the run 2 successfully scripted predictions away from the safer majority class. Whereas there are a few remaining challenges that I also mentioned. Now, the solutions that we have implemented with PEFP training, that's from particular extent training. Now, there we have implemented from flow therapies to PF16 and also label portrait optimization. As you can see, the architecture is very good, but we have implemented our own slicing and dicing and surgery to the already there gamma 1 billion model. Finally, the optimization generalization, and this is the conclusion that we have drawn that finally those superior with simple architectural advancements to the already existing models, just adding and slicing for our particular need can vastly improve the efficiency for prediction. I would like to say that in our future governance, this particular work led us to one of our selections in ECIR because this model was partly enhanced later. All the codes are publicly available, so people can see. I'd like to acknowledge Dr. Kripa Kundu and Dr. Dvipan Roy from CTS Department of ISA Kolkata for helping me out with the resources only. And thank you all. We have a question.
Yes, I have one. Did I get it? I don't remember anyway. Yeah, that's my part of duty. So, we can take questions later on. So we move on to the next, yeah, thank you. So the next presentation is by Shiva Shankar Sahu, is he here? Yeah. Watson Robert is not here, right? Just confirm.
Good afternoon to all. I am Shivasana Sahu and I am presenting one of my MTech scholars work, crypto social media analysis by using deep learning framework. We have used in this task we have used certain kind of deep learning models with uh, deep learning models with what embeddings approaches. So, in the rapid growth of digital media, cryptocurrency data and social media, networks are growing tremendously. So, we need a automated analysis system that can classify the opinions and extract relevant tasks from the cryptocurrency domain. So, there are two tasks. One is your opinion classification, and the other is the question answering task. Then these are the some statistics of the data sets, and for each, this is simple multi-level classification is there. Then second is the question answering. Sure. In this task, we use the certain treated word embedding models like FastText, Artifact, and Grow, and some NTF-IDF models, and then followed by the architecture like LSTM and GRU. We found that the word embedding models with GRU with FastText provide the best performance, and both LSTM and GRU provide the similar performance in the given downstream task. So compared to the existing the TF-IDF models FastText, other models like comparison to TF-IDF models like Grow, Artifact, FastText provide the best performance. However, the FastText outperforms the other existing models. These are the macroeconomic score we are getting, and these are the range. Both for FastText with GRU all provide the best of performance and compared to other models like Artifact or Flow. These are the.
Yeah, thank you for giving your time. So we have one more talk left that will be online by Asha Hegre and her team.
Yes. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes,
Can
sir.
you?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
can share my screen. Yes.
yeah, please. Thank you.
Actually, it is disabled. Can it be enabled? Because host is disabled the screen sharing.
Yes. One second.
Yes, yes.
Now can you try sharing your screen?
No, it's still disabled. If it is the case, I have already sent my PPT, so they can change it and I can explain.
So give us a minute. We are giving it a try. Giving her
Okay, okay.
also. Has it
Yes, sir.
worked? Now it is.
Try again.
So can you try sharing?
Yes.
Sure.
It's still disabled.
Can you try again once?
Yep. Okay. Yes, it's yes. Okay. Just a second. Let me.
Please go to full screen and Sharon, you have
Yes,
exactly
yes.
5. So your time starts now.
Yes. I'll share then. Okay. Is it visible now? Okay. Let me
Yes.
stop sharing once. And yes. So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sharal Coelho, and the title of my presentation is Exploring Crypto Narratives, Developing Approaches for Opinion Extraction and Question Answering in Social Media Text. So, the co authors of this paper are Asha Hegde and myself, Sharal Coelho, and Krishna Tiwari. So, let's begin with the introduction. So, I'll make it brief. So, cryptocurrency is a paradigm change in the world of finance, defined by digital virtual money that uses cryptographic methods to secure the transactions. So basically, websites like Twitter, Reddit, Facebook, they are live forums where users post their opinions on vast array of subjects, including cryptocurrency. So our main aim is to creating learning models that have a ability to effectively identify and map appropriate answer to user question, which is very important. So the main goal of this work is to tackle the challenges of identifying cryptocurrency related opinion posts on social media. So here basically that the organizers have given us two tasks. One is focused on opinion classification from cryptocurrency related social media posts, and another one is which is centered on question answering from such posts. So we have done a number of studies. I mean, we have done related work, like a number of research works have already investigated on role of social media sentiment in cryptocurrency price forecasting with encouraging outcomes. So we have referred many other works to work on this task. So already the organizers have explained about data set. So I'll just like skip this part, and let's talk about methodology. So for both task 1 and task 2, we have done same pre-processing steps. That is, a pre-processing pipeline is implemented, begin with the elimination of users mentions, that at username, all those things. And the text is then we have converted into lowercase to ensure the consistency and eliminating the redundancy in the word representation. Also, we have done character wise normalization to achieve the standard formatting across the data set. So here in the multitask learning model, for task 1, we have used CryptoBert and BERT. So basically, CryptoBert, it is a transformer-based model that has been borrowed from the BERT, and it is fine-tuned with the cryptocurrency text data. So, like we have used BERT, so these CryptoBert and BERT we use for task 1. And for task 2, that is nothing but relevance classification. So here what we have done, we have used BERT and DistilBERT to identify and classify the cryptocurrency related questions from social media posts. So why we have used DistilBERT and BERT model here is it yields the contextual embeddings for sequence classification tasks. And this is a simple framework which we have proposed for both task 1 and task 2. So these are the hyperparameters which we have used, and with respect to its value, both for model like for first model MTL model, and the table to represent the second model, like whatever hyperparameter we have used. So coming about results. So here results, a set of experiments we have explored here for both the task 1 and task 2, and so since the data sets they are not balanced, the macro F1 score was adopted as the metric of evaluation, and results on the performance of the proposed models we can see here, for CryptoBert and for BERT, we got for Reddit we got 5th rank, and Twitter also 5th, and YouTube also YouTube 3rd. So task wise, if we consider, we got 4th rank in this task, and for BERT we have not achieved anything, but for DistilBERT and BERT, I mean, which is the second task here, for both, no, we got a 3rd rank. So these are the comparison of macro F1 scores of all the participants. We have considered this yellowish one. We can see this is our rank where we are coming, and this is for the task 2. To conclude, like our finding illustrate that domain specific models, like we have used CryptoBert, right? So it is significant improvements over universal models, specifically whenever dealing with the data such as cryptocurrency. And although we have achieved a promising result, still the current results leave much more room for improvement in dealing with the sarcasm, code switching, and implicit sentiments, so which are common in social media language. So, and these are the references which we have used in our study, and with this I'll conclude. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yes.
See that we can talk to the speaker in lunch break because they are not here. We can drop them a mail, and we have to cut short this session in the interest of time. So let's thank all the speakers one more time for this time. Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of this session, and I hand it over to the museum team for their track presentations and starting with the overview.
Before that, one announcement. So we are starting with Museum Tech. So by 12:30, we will start our lunch. So if you want to go, you can start. First, we are running late. Only 4 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Anshita Maldi, and we are going to present our next track, which is overview of the shared task of multilingual story illustration, bridging cultures through AI artistry. So, in short, I can explain this like we can say that can AI read a short story in English or Hindi and generate a sequence of illustrations that truly follow the narrative and also look culturally grounded. This matters because the current text to image systems are strong visually, but storytelling needs more than pretty images. It needs story faithfulness and consistency. So, our task, Musia, is a multilingual story illustration, and the participants in the start, the participants have to build a system that reads short stories in English and Hindi and produce a sequence of images where each image corresponds to a important moment in that story. And why this track is different, we care about 2 points. First is that it should be cultural and contextual relevance, like the visuals should match the settings and cue in the story and should not be generic or Western default. And the second is that there should be continuity across the panels, the characters, the settings, and the style should not change from first panel to the next. For the submission, each test story consists of a mapping style of function, which consists of a fixed number of images to be generated, and the participant and the evaluation is done by using human evaluation on the narrative relevance, consistency, and the visual quality of the generated images, and it has been graded with good, moderate, and fair. So overall, Musia reward system that don't just generate images, but generate the story faithfully, culturally correct, consistent, visually consistent. So next is the data set. So we have created the Musia data set from openly licensed storybooks and digital archives where story come with illustrations. And we deliberately include diverse Indian storytelling like folk tales and modern narratives and contemporary story fictions in both English and Hindi language. The training data set consists of 360 English plus 185 Hindi stories, and the test data set consists of 40 English and 30 Hindi stories. Next is the example of the data set, in which you can see that left side is the story and the right side are the illustrations. The key idea is that the training isn't only on text; it includes paired human-made illustration. And next we can see that the story moves forward and the visuals match the story progression. This supports learning multi-panel narrative flow. And next is the Hindi story data set. Methodology. We had 8 teams that registered for Musia 2025. 5 teams submitted their valid system runs, and 4 teams submitted camera ready paper. And their approaches are they have used mainly the approaches like prompt-centric zero-shot prompting and one prompt per story generation. They have also used diffusion-based synthesis and so these are the results on the these are the results. So the mainly the results is like that. Visual quality was generally easier to to get, but the relevance and especially the cross-panel consistency were harder. So this matches what we wanted Musia to reveal. So story understanding and continuity are still weak points in current pipeline. To conclude, Musia shows that multilingual story illustration needs narrative accuracy and cultural grounding, not only visually attractive images. And a key observation from this year is that many outputs still learn from Western aesthetics while highlighting the bigger issue.
Okay, so with this, we'd like to conclude our overview presentation. And then moving forward, we'll have our participant presentations. So, first, we'd like to call upon Team Retriever from PAU Dhirubhai Ambani University. So, you can come and
Good afternoon, everyone. Uh, Myself, Parth Patel, and we have a team of two of Kishan Ved, along with Kishan Gachade. So our approach is to use Gemini 2.5 Pro to generate detailed prompts for each story, and we have described that this much number of images we need to generate, and the Gemini 2.5 Pro will give us the theme of the image, and the theme will be fed into system prompt. Then we use Imagine 4.0 Ultra model to make this image. So here, this is the prompt for our prompt generation for the story. Here we describe the story as well as this much number of images we need to generate the prompts. And below the styles of the image, the cartoon style or color and the shading part of it. And we defined in prompt that this story is for children, so it should be appropriate for the content for the children. So this is the system prompt. Sorry, prompt generation for image, and this is the example of the generated prompts. Here we can see that system prompt contains the themes, and image prompts are for number of for number of images. This is the image prompt. So let's see one example. This is the story. It needs the son goes on holidays, and this is the visual for it using Imagine 4.0 Ultra. So these are our results for English and Hindi stories. There is a very good inconsistency and relevance and visual quality. This is very good result. So our conclusion is we use Gemini 2.5 for Ultra for image generation. Thank you.
I have one question. So, was there any why did you specifically go with Imagen 4.0 Ultra? Like there are multiple other image generation models. So the rationale beside deciding using 422.
Yes, at that time, I have a free credit of Google's AI Studio, so I have choose this because of I can afford the course for image generation.
For example, I'm saying, let's say there are multiple stable diffusion models existing, and then there are CAN models as well, which generate images. So, like, did you try them as well, or
Yes, I have tried the open source model, but the image quality is not that much good. So I have decided to use these models, closed source models.
and also, so when you say like, when we actually evaluated, so there were still some cases where consistency wasn't achieved that good. Could you like justify that why could that have been happened while you were designing your architecture?
For that part, we have used the system one to generate the thing, but sometimes it is not consistent. I have seen it, but I need to figure out more to why this happened.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So next is team Meow. So Mrinmoy would like to present his work.
I am Mrinmoy Sarukar. I am Mrinmoy Sarukar, research scholar at Department of Computer and System Sciences from Vishwakarma University, presenting my work, NARAT, multilingual story illustration with AI for English and Hindi narratives. I am going to the methodology section. In the proposed pipeline of the system is presented. Here are the stories first go sent to the translation model. If it is Hindi, then go to the pre-processing stages. Finally, use the TF-IDF based vectorizer and word tokenizer for divide the stories in chunks. The raw sub-stories then go to the summarization model, and finally the cleaned and processed sub-stories go to the stable diffusion model to generate the images. Here is the detailed methodology or pretend model I have used. First, multilingual input handling supports the Hindi and English sub-stories. Hindi text are translated using English using NLB 200 from Facebook model from Facebook. These converts are Devanagari script to English script. They will be processing, remove the redundant spaces, new line character, formatting noise, standardize the translated Hindi and original English text into the clean form. Story segmentation, encode the sentences using TF-IDF vectorizer, compute the cosine similarity between sentences. High similarity is same segment, low similarity is boundary between the two narrative units. Each segment corresponds to one image to be generated. When generating the segment, we should also keep in mind that the number of segments should not be greater than the number of images to be generated, which is given by the test set. Token balancing for long inputs. After summarization at maximum sequence length limits. Each segment is tokenized using NLTK word tokenizer adjusted to produce the near equal token distribution. Reconstructed into the clean sentence and validate the segment against 512 token limit using BART last CNN tokenizer. Rare long sentences are truncated if needed. Then abstractly summarization, each value segment is summarized using Facebook but last CNN model. produce the concise, meaningful mini prompts that capture the core idea of the every story part. Finally, the image generation. Here we use the stable diffusion X1 based model for generate the images for each sub-story. Here is the result part. In the result part, the quality, relevance, and consistency metrics are used, which is given by the Musia human evaluator. In the English stories, for our images, we get 15 number of good images, moderate 22, and fair 2. In the relevance, the number of good images is very low, 3, and fair number of images 26, and in the consistency, fair number of images 28. For Hindi, we get 19 number of images good, 11 moderate quality, and for relevance we get 30 number of images fair, and for consistency we get 27 number of fair images and 3 number of moderate images. This problem mainly due to the limitation in the translation pipeline and the absence of Hindi specific generative models. As a result, although the images are visually strong, the overall performance of the Hindi stories is affected by the translation errors from Hindi to English, loss of cultural or contextual details, or challenges in preserving the narrative continuity after the translation. These findings highlight the need of native Hindi English translation models and fine-tuned diffusion models to improve the future result. Some of the experimental result: the story is given and the number of street is given in the test set, and the images are produced. Same for Hindi stories. The conclusion: multilingual story illustration remains a challenging task, especially for long and complex narratives. Our framework shows that the combining translation, segmentation, summarization, and pretense diffusion models can generate semantically aligned and visually coherent story illustration. The method achieves the strong visual quality for both English and Hindi stories, with better relevance in English and moderate consistency overall. Limitation arises mainly from the reliance on pretense diffusion models without fine-tuning, computational constraints on consumer GPUs, translation challenges for Hindi narratives. Future improvements focus on lightweight diffusion models tailored for story illustration, stronger native language translation models like Hindi Trans, improved methods for cross-image consistency. Overall, the work provides a foundational step toward scalable, culturally grounded multilingual story illustration system for the education, entertainment, and creative media. These are the references. Thank you.
Okay, good morning.
Thank you for your presentation. Do you have some make illustrations that your model generated?
Yes, sir. These are the illustrations generated our model.
Vis-a-vis the original illustrations that were provided to you?
No, sir. I have used the pre-trained model. I first tried to approach this training, but due to limitation in GPU, I cannot do this. For only pre-trained, I have used only pre-trained model. No checking with other grounded images.
So, I mean, you are provided with the original illustrations, right? Corresponding to the
training images. These are the result from test images, test stories only. No original illustration for this.
No, I mean.
Training they were provided with
Okay, okay. So if we could see the difference between the original illustrations and the images generated by your model, then it could be visually
yes,
comparable.
Yes, sir.
So that would also kind of tell us the road ahead, what we are supposed to do. I mean, how the model needs to improve, so that we can go closer to the original illustration. And how the cultural biases maybe they are already in the model or in the data set with which the models are trained.
Yes,
okay. So I think that will give us that understanding. Okay, thank you.
So we need to translate English narrative, Hindi narrative to English because there is no generative model.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is the main problem in our multilingual story illustration. There is no in such good model which can convert the Hindi or Tamil or any Bengali narratives to direct images. Convert to images. Story to images. This is the problem.
And what's the question for all of you? How did the annotator evaluated the quality? Including the all submissions for one story.
So basically, it was like around 15 submissions, like 20. Yes. So basically what happened was we provided like let's say 15 test samples for Hindi and 35 for English. So there were 2 to 3 annotators, so they went through all the illustrations for a particular story and then ran it for.
They had this comparative that you were.
Yes, so they had the ground truth illustrations as well as the generated images.
You want to give it better.
One question. So you have the gold standard images and you have the one that is generated, right? So how do you compare these two? Is it manual?
Yeah, it's purely human evaluation because for
But you
now,
might, sorry, not stopping, you might use something like cyclic or there are some automatic measures that will not be subjective, right? Because if you change the annotators, the number would change and you will not be able to defend the numbers. Why 0.75 and not why not 0.756 as an example? Some other people, so there is this subjectivity in annotation because it's visual, right? What is right to me might not be right to others. So it is easier for text. They say that this part, so I will give you an example. So we are doing this for a disaster related tweets in Nepal disaster that happened, earthquake 2015. So like somebody is asking for water, right? So you can understand that somebody is trying to help that by saying that we have this much of water, this many bottles of water, where do I send? There is a direct response. Somebody says that I know that there is water there, you may have to reach out there. So these are both relevant, but not at the same level. One is directly relevant and other is marginal. Because you do not know whether that other place has water or not. But you cannot rule this out because that has a possibility of the resource. So both cannot be relevant, right? So there is a concrete set of instructions given to the annotators. This is relevant, this is marginally relevant, and somebody says that water and water everywhere. It is absolutely not relevant, right? That will be zero. But for image, it is even more subjective. So to go with that, maybe some automatic measure, however wrong that might be, but it has a theory behind it. That would be that can be considered. I don't know about the complexity of the task.
in this context, I would like to say, we actually tried the integration. So the main issue is we provide the entire tool. Now, if on the model decide, it has to decide, it has to generate 4 illustrations, and 4 drafts illustrations, and the participant also has to generate 4 illustrations. So now the model would say, let's say, at a different segment of the story, we pay more importance and generate something that is entirely different than a ground.
That I understand because this kind of models I have I've seen this with DALI, right? So the longer is the text, more is the hallucination. So it doesn't pay attention to possibly to the later part of the text. It will pay attention to the first few sentences and then forget about the rest. It's not able to process. But at least you have something which is reproducible. You can run that model, come up with a number. That number might not have sense, but suppose you don't have those algorithms anymore, you have to have a new set of algorithms, right? Then the whole setup is going to change.
Yeah, there is one other problem, like in story, like is a story for children. So like so in our gold standard data, the monkey color is brown, but someone is generated the color is black. If you use clip, so the
any of those
didn't see what any other
Is the color of the monkey part? You mentioned that the monkey has to go with color.
no.
That is a human bias communication. Because the model is
Yes.
not to see whether a monkey is there.
Yes.
You are adding your own bias into believing that monkey has to be of this color, that is not a part of the so that's what you have assumed.
So let's say we have a ground illustration versus a generated illustration. So what would happen is a ground illustration has a brown monkey, and then a generated illustration has a black monkey. And keeping aside human annotators, if we give any of those, let's say, keep matrix or let's say say, so the distance would be quite high, quite. And
I understand that. But in human have also a monkey with two tails, monkey with this like dinosaur, monkey.
But in human,
but in human evaluation, it's like there's a monkey. So it could be any monkey. Let's say it's a black monkey, then around the story it should be a black.
It has more control, but still it is
Yes,
extensive.
definitely.
So you will not be able to create a data set using which big end-to-end fine tune is possible.
So we are definitely working on this automatic filtering evaluation.
So the data set size has to be huge for someone to fine tune their model. But doing this, so for example, you can have some human annotated gold standard. You can have like what we did for our crypto task. We also had some weak labels based on human annotation. Like you can do some models to
some weak tables which are generated based on what you have already annotated and try to have a weak classifier to have more samples annotated and then you make it verified. Now we can discuss this later.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. Next, we have an online presentation from. Okay, next we have Nandini. Nandini, do we have you on Zoom?
Yes, yes. Hello, am I audible?
Yeah. So maybe you can try to present your work. Nandini.
Can I share my screen?
Maybe try sharing your screen now. Maybe try sharing your screen now.
Yes. Is my screen visible?
Yeah, we can see your screen. Can you go to full screen and then maybe like directly go to methodology of the work that you've done?
Sure. Hello everyone. My name is Nandini and this work was done in collaboration with my friend Divya. So here's an outline of what I'll be covering today. So for this task, I have used the one prompt, one story framework. So the core idea of this framework was observing that language models have an inherent property we call context consistency. So when you have multiple descriptions in a single prompt, the model naturally understands that they refer to the same subject. This framework we used has three main technical components. First is prompt consolidation. That is, instead of using separate prompts for each frame, we concatenate all prompts in a single extended prompt. The second is singular value reweighing. So this is a mathematical technique that uses singular value decomposition. This enhances the current frame while suppressing others. The third is identity preserving cross attention. This technique manipulates the cross attention layers within the diffusion model itself. This strengthens identity consistency. Here's how we applied this framework for our task. We adopted the one prompt, one story as our backbone without any fine tuning. Our pipeline has two main stages. First, we prepare the prompts by summarizing and segmenting the stories into comma separated prompts using a large language model. Second, we have used the Playground AI's diffusion model to generate illustrations enhanced with one prompt, one story. For Hindi stories, we first translated them to English and then we applied the same process. So this makes our approach language agnostic. This is a workflow of all the steps that we have done. This is roughly the same what I have just now discussed. So let's not make it redundant. This is an example of one of the stories. So like these are the frame prompts that we have used and these are the corresponding generated images for this. So as you can see that the background and everything is quite consistent in these and this demonstrates that our model is very visually consistent and it has good quality generated images. Now let us look at the quantitative results we achieved. Looking at the English results on the left, we achieved excellent visual quality with 36 out of 39 stories rated as good. However, relevance and consistency needs improvement. On the right, Hindi stories have shown better consistency scores with 15 rated as good compared to only 8 for English. Key observations are that visual quality is consistently high. Hindi shows better consistency, but relevance still remains a bit challenging for detailed narratives. Let's discuss what these results mean. Our approach has several strengths. It's training free, efficient, and accessible. It delivers good visual quality across languages and works well for character consistency in simple narratives. However, there are some limitations. Relevance suffers due to prompt simplification, complex multi-character scenes remain challenging, and cultural nuances can be lost in translation. One key insight is that one prompt, one story provides a strong baseline, but it needs refinement for fine-grained narrative alignment. Looking at the errors, we identified several patterns. For relevance errors, we found that oversimplified prompts miss detailed narrative elements, and LLM summarization sometimes omits key events. For consistency errors, we observed character drift in multi-character stories and background inconsistency in some frames. Cultural errors occur when translation loses cultural context, and visual styles may not match the cultural expectations that we want from the story. One consistent is strength is that visual quality is high thanks to the diffusion model itself. Some of the key challenges that we faced were difficulty in illustrating long or very long stories in very limited number of frames. Capturing fine-grained narrative details, handling culturally diverse content, and maintaining long-term consistency in longer stories. One reason for this could be that the one prompt, one story itself was trained mostly on Western data and it does not have idea more about Indian stories. So one improvement that can be done is fine-tuning this on the training data itself. But that can also lead to overfitting. So thank you for your attention. This concludes my presentation. We are happy to take any questions.
there any question from the audience? Okay, thank you, Nalini. We are running short on time, so we would like to take up the next presentation and the last one for the museum grant. So the last presentation is from the NLP Fusion from Bangalore University. Okay, I'll play, okay, there. Cheryl, are you there? Because I don't think we are able
Yes.
to. Okay, so should we make you the co-host, or would you like we have your
Yes. If it is the case, if it is not working, I can present. No issues. Am I audible?
the video is not working, so can you
Okay.
like
If it is the case, no problem. I can present. Yes.
please?
Okay. So I think the screen is already visible. So shall I like present or shall I continue with the presentation?
Your presentation.
Yes. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sharal Coelho. Actually, the presenter is Shazia Mannan. So unfortunately, so there is a problem. So I am going to present this work. So to be honest, this was a nice like task which we found. So Musia, like my paper title is Bridging Culture Through AI: The Art of Multilingual Storytelling. And co-authors are Shazia Mannan, Asha Hegde, and myself, Sharal Coelho. So here I'll directly go to objectives. The objectives which we found is generating illustration for multilingual stories in English and Hindi. So to ensure the narrative's coherence, cultural relevance, and visual consistency. So here in the methodology, like we have used hybrid AI pipeline, like NLP based narrative understanding integrated with diffusion based illustration generation. So basically we have used we have gone through three different steps. First one is data set preparation. So at the beginning, we have checked whether any white spaces are there, like any noise, all those things. We just tried to remove it, and like whatever paragraphs were given, what we have done is we have segmented those entire paragraph into sentences. And sentences are divided into equal sized sub stories, and each corresponding to one illustration frame. So here, we tried with the different summarization technique. Like here for T5 large model, we were able to achieve good result. But also we tried a T5 base, like BART, all those text summarization we have worked. And here we have used parameters like max length, 50, minimum length, 35, all those things. And like after that, whatever summarization we got, we started to illustration, I mean for the generation. So we used here stable diffusion excel, like here 16-bit precision and safe tensors used for memory efficient interface, and GPU accelerated execution with the images stored in language specific directories. Like they have given us two different directory, Hindi and English. So we did in that form only. And in this experiment, we got like training set 360 English stories and 185 Hindi stories. And test size testing set, like test set, we got 40 English stories and 30 Hindi stories. And due to lack of standard automatic metrics, evaluation was performed using human judgment. And here what the result and discussion, human evaluation conducted due to the absence of standardized automatic metrics. And we have here assessment was based on relevance, visual quality and consistency, and strong inter-annotator agreement, Cohen's kappa, that is greater than 0.75, to ensure the reliable evaluation. And majority of the stories received good ratings in our work across all the metrics, demonstrating effective narrative to image alignment. And to mention here, we to ensure the reliability in the evaluation, yeah, I have mentioned already, Cohen's kappa was calculated. And with this, I'll conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sharon. So, yeah, due to lack of time, if you would like to reach out, you could definitely reach out to them through email. And I would like to thank all the presenters who contributed to our track. As an announcement now, I think the lunch is ready, so it's lunchtime. Maybe we'll meet after an hour here for our next sessions. Thank you.
It started.
Yeah. So we can reconnect here at 2 p.m. post lunch. Thank you, everyone.
Yes.
नहीं इनको ऑफ करना ट्राई करो ये बहुत सेटिंग हाँ उसमें जाओ कॉलेज शो मीटिंग कंट्रोल्स तो नॉन वीडियो पार्टिसिपेंट तो नॉन वीडियो पार्टिसिपेंट ये वाला हाँ वो भी हो वो माय वीडियो इन गैलरी बैक वहां से क्लोज अरे वो नीचे वाला कहाँ नीचे वाला ये चालू है हाँ वो हाँ तब हो गया था हाँ टचिंग में हो गया always so many system always now incoming एक सेकंड আমি আসছি আবার হয়েছে আরে যাচ্ছে ভালো তো চলো চলো I think তুমি তো नहीं
वीडियो हो जाएंगे ना बस वो PPTX नहीं चल रहा वो चल जाएगा
কিভাবে গেছিলাম তো হসপিটালে লং আমরা দেখাই যাচ্ছে রূপসাল ক্ষেত্রে
I don't know when it's actually.
बोला लास्ट बात हो जाएगा PhD क्लिनिक तो अभी टाइम है क्या अभी खाली उनका लॉन्च कर रहा है कौन से
बहुत ज्यादा डिटेल्स में एक्सेस जरूरत नहीं है क्लास के बारे में वो तो बोली नहीं पहले जो है तुम आज मत करो अभी मत करो प्लीज आफ्टर आफ्टर 6 अभी
क्या कांटेक्ट कांटेक्ट हो लीजिएगा क्या अच्छा बोलिएगा
Today that thing is reading, that's it. No, it's still love. They're going on reading and reading, that's it.
Because
but no, you are not using camera a long time.
And then it's like this color. Because look at this. I'm not able to get it right. Doesn't make sense. So very forget. Camera बंद कर दे Close stop video. Stop video. अरे stop क्या कर रहे?
You guys are still audible.
వెనక
Hello.
Okay, so good afternoon all. So I am Supriyo. So I am present my overview paper, overview of CMIR track at part 2025 code mix information retrieval from social media data. So this is the outline. First, we'll talk about what is code mixing. Then we'll talk about this task description, motivation, results, all participant details, and overall methodology, and then results and conclusion. First, what is code mixing? So code mixing is mixing of two or more language in a conversion or even an utterance. So code mixing happens all over the world with many languages like Spanish, English, Chinese, and many more. Code mixing is therefore found on social media, cutting across all languages, all platforms like Facebook, Twitter, and any other place. So there are two statistics. It's a little bit old, but globally around 3.5% of all tweets are code switch, and 17.2% of posts and comments in Indian social media are all code mixing. So the task description basically this is a information retrieval task. So the query and there are some documents. So the query could be any languages, any like minimum 2 languages, and there could be mixing of 2 or more scripts. The motivation behind this task is the rapid growth of multilingual and code mix content on social media, and people post their queries on social media platform and they want quick answer for that. So find relevant information from that huge comments is really problematic. So we are thinking to make these things as a information retrieval task. So we are working on like presently our data is only Bengali English code mix data, and the so in the previous year, so this is our second year, and the previous year we are the first edition we working on only Bengali English, and the Bengali language part was in Romanized form. But this year we keep this Bengali script intact in the data sets, so which make this task is little bit complex. So the dataset overview. So the dataset collected from Facebook public groups and pages. So basically the queries are Facebook posts and the documents are the user comments. So there are total 50 queries, 50 posts, and we are divided by like 20, 30, 20 we are providing for training and 30 for query for test. And the documents number is 1,07,900. So why code mix, like mix script or code mix is data matters, like reflects real world social media uses, and the challenges are tokenization, indexing, because two scripts involved, so how to index, and this embedding representation also a problem, like someone's looking for something in English and it's written in the Bengali form, so how you match the thing. So the participation statistics in previous year, 8 team participant registered, but finally 2 teams submit their submission and paper. But this year 23 teams registered and 8 teams submitted their runs. So the total submission runs is 26. So the broad approaches they use, like classical information retrieval models to neural rankers and hybrid and fusion based systems. So the overall submitted approaches like lexical model, TF-IDF, BM25, and language model variants, and dense model like SBART, E5, biencoders, and they some teams use two-stage pipeline, like first BM25, then neural re-ranking, and some team uses fusion strategies like reciprocal rank fusion, COMSUM, and COMP-NH. So the evaluation matrix basically is the information task. So we are particularly our like based on this evaluation is MAP. The based on that we rank first, second, third, fourth. But we already provided other 3 also. So the top performing team is MUCS, the best overall performance using lexical model fusion, then defense NLP, and then code waivers. So this is the results all runs and by the different teams. So the key results leaderboard highlights is the best MAP achieved till now 0.2118. The fusion based system consistently outperforms single models, and classical IR models remain strong when combined effectively. The observation and insights that rank fusion is highly effective for CMIR. Over aggressive pre-processing, if you like remove many things and like pre-process more, so that is like it create a problem during performance. So then large multilingual models may overfit in low resource settings, and two-stage retrieval provides a strong performance efficiency trade-off. So the challenge is that low overall MAP indicate task difficulties, and script variability and informal spellings is there, and limited level data for training, because we already like we provide only 20, so maybe we can give little, we can increase that. Now conclusion that CMI 2025 advanced research on mixed script and code mix information retrieval, fusion and hybrid approaches are most effective. Data set serve as a realistic benchmark for future work, and a significant scope remains for improvement in CMIR as the MAP score is little low. So future direction, we can use LLM based approaches And also we can try for other language pairs rather than Bengali English. And we can also check the fairness and bias in multilingual IR systems. So the acknowledgement that I want to acknowledge FIRE 2025 organizing committee and all the participating team and the research community supporting CMIR. So you can connect me using this email ID. Any question?
Thank you, Supriya. You did mention so much about the challenges, but not about the case of the Mexico for the code mixing. What do people actually use?
Actually, sir, I left this for because they are presenting their work, so I just left it for them. They can mention their methodology. But what happened? I already shared one base model using our traditional information using Tabular. So I gave them to just try it for their own, and they can use their model on top.
And your based on results of the code mixing.
Yes.
Any other question?
I have a question regarding the concept of code mixing here.
Yes.
So, like, why are we using LLMs or like here one team also use BM25? Like, there is also phonetic orthogonality that is there using the syllable stuff. So, I have never seen any paper using that particular approach. Is it too difficult to do that, or are there any restrictions?
I don't know. I have to check. What is the problem? Like, but in code mixing in different scenario like sentiment analysis or sarcasm detection, we use LLM different LLM based model, and I saw that they are not performing that well.
So, like phonetic orthogonality means like the sound of the words, say ERT.
Yes,
but it is for the genre. Let's say there is a Bengali word, say chati, J-E-T.
Yes.
Then chati, and then that's how they are written.
Okay.
So using those as tokens or those as inputs, like tokens, and that could be useful. I've never seen anyone use.
Yes, I already did one work there. I use Soundex, Phoenix, and for Hindi there is called Hindex. So we use Hindex for Bengali also, and we saw that it's not perform that well. Okay, so maybe we have to like I'm working on that. We have to do something change for Bengali language specific. Like there are not any universal that we can for any all language.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, then. Yeah, Harshit there? Ramya?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go. Yeah, you will take it. All right.
With Ramya as a group.
Ramya.
You can present.
Ramya, are you able to present?
Yes, sir. Let me share my screen. Sir, is my screen visible?
Yeah, you can see. Please make it full screen. Yeah. Oh.
A very pleasant good afternoon to everyone. My name is Ramya Sharma, and I am here on the behalf of Team AI Nodes to present our paper on the title Decoding Banglish Scalable Information Retriever for Transliterated Code Mixing Conversation. So, What approach we have used? We have used the hybrid model of BM25 lexical retrieval and S-BERT semantic re-ranking. What is BM25 lexical retrieval? Efficiently retrieving top 100 candidate documents through keyword matching, ensuring high recall and foundation of our pipeline. And S-BERT semantic re-ranking converts query and document into dense embeddings, then re-ranks candidates based on the semantic similarity for precision. Our approach statically combined the computation efficiency of BM25's lexical matching with S-BERT's deep semantic understanding. The first stage casts a wide net to capture potential relevant documents, whereas the second stage applies sophisticated neural ranking to identify truly relevant matches. These two stages design ensure we don't sacrifice recall and precision, nor efficiency of accuracy, achieving an optimal balance for the real-world pole mixing retrieval scenarios. So, the performance result and validation. The hybrid model achievement. The BM25 and S-BERT hybrid architecture demonstrate a superior performance across all the evaluation metrics, including MAP, NDCG, precision at 5, and precision 10. 83% improvement over BM25 baseline. We were ranked 8th in CMIR 2025 share task, consistent gain over all the text queries, robust information input, and noisy inputs. This result provides a strong empirical validation for combining lexical and semantically retrieving strategies and subsequently improving all over the baseline demonstration that hybrid across efficient addresses and unique challenges of code mixing text where spelling variations and transliteration inconsistency would severely hamper the traditional methods. So, why hybrid retrieval works? So there are some limitations of both the models. The limitation of BM25 is it fails to capture the semantic similarity and cannot handle the spelling variation in the text. Whereas S-BERT challenges are it is lacks sufficient recall in noisy environment when used independently for retrieval. So what are the hybrid advantages? The retrieval relevant documents despite low lexical overlap, wish list improving ranking through semantic context. The complementary strength of the lexical and semantic methods create a robust system for code mixing information retrieval. BM25 ensures we don't miss document with relevant keywords, whereas S-BERT semantic understanding evaluates truly relevant document to the top rankings, even when the exact word matches are absent. It is valuable for handling linguistic complexities of the Roman Bangalish script. So here are the error analysis and the limitations, system limitations. Transliterature coverage, contextual relevance, and recall limitations. What were the translation coverage? Error primarily occurs with the rare or inconsistent translation not encouraged during the relevant phrases, particular novel spelling variations. Some documents exhibit semantic similarities but lack contextual relevance to the actual information needs, leading to the false positive. Recall limitations, a small number of relevant documents were missing in initial retrieval, although overall error rate remains significantly low than the baseline model. So the future research directions are, we can use the phonetic normalization, model fine-tuning, efficient optimization, and language extension. The key challenges were the computational cost and data scarcity. As the data was limited, so there was a key challenge between that, and the computational cost was the problem. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so. Okay, thank you, Ramya.
Thank you, sir.
So, so the next presenter is like OLIR, like Lake Interaction Based Code Mix Information Retrieval for English Bengali Language Pairs by Devansh. Devams, are you there?
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, yeah. Please pay it.
Yeah. Yes, I'll just share my screen.
Please skip this introduction and task description. Create to methodology. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Just a second. Is it visible, sir?
Yes, yes.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. So I'll be giving a brief overview of my paper on COLIR, which is Latent Interaction-Based Code Mix Information Retrieval. I'll keep it short so that it's easy. I'll try to simplify the methods and the results that were achieved through this process. Now, firstly, I'll just quickly cover the motivation behind this particular approach. Now, as we know that Indic languages have a very unique characteristic in terms of morphology and the scripts that are present in the Indic languages. Now, this specifically poses certain challenges with parsing documents and an accurate representation of the context behind texts written in these particular languages. Some examples are given in the next point, where there are two Bengali words that are mentioned, which are written in a very, very different way when it comes to social media. Now, it is very difficult for classical and specifically neural to capture these nuances. So apart from this, the primary motivation for this work is are these two questions that are mentioned over here, specifically. So how can we retrieve answers from documents that cannot be even parsed properly, and how do we ensure that our model captures these certain linguistic nuances and these certain social media based nuances? Another observation being that for till now, there has not been any solid or concrete work that has used neural models for doing information retrieval on code mixed social media data that is also translated. That is also Roman translated in that sense. I'll just move on. So I'll just give a brief overview of the method that was used. So just a disclaimer, there was no explicit fine tuning that was carried out in the neural model that was used. So initially, the data set was cleaned and it was converted into a data frame for easier ingestion. Now, upon studying the structure of the data, the queries that were present in the training data set were expanded using a phonetic algorithm called Hindex. Now, experiments were observations were done with three particular phonetic algorithms, that is Phonex, Soundex, and Hindex, and we found that this particular Hindex gave us it gave us the best query expansion in that sense. Now, first language identification was done on the given queries for English, Bengali, and named entity tags, and then the phonetic algorithm was applied on only the named entity and the English tags. Later on, information retrieval experiments were carried out on this data set using a framework called PyTerrier, which is a Python interface for the Terrier IR engine, which creates flexible retrieval pipelines. Now, the data was indexed to suit the indexing methodology of BM25 and Colbert. Colbert is the neural model that we have used, and BM25 is the classical model that was used. Now, there were three runs that were done, specifically one for BM25, the other for Colbert itself, and the third with BM25 as the ranker and Colbert as the neural re-ranker. The metrics that were used for these experiments were as mentioned in the task, that is the MAP score, the NDGC, and precision for the top 5 and the top 10 retrieved documents. Just a second. Yeah. So I'll just showcase the result in brief, as is evident that we did two separate experiments, one with the non-expanded queries and the other with index expanded queries, and it is visible that there was a clear improvement in performance. So, yeah. So although the training data set showed significant in performance, the test results were not that great, as is evident over here. Now, it can also be verified through this table that I've presented, which contains a sample query along with the retrieved documents. Now, if one looks at this, one can easily see that the most relevant document amongst these is not ranked very highly, which leads me to the discussion. So there are three things to observe over here. The obvious improvement in performance in the MAP score shows that phonetic algorithm is the way to go when it comes to such code mix queries. Apart from this, it is also noteworthy that the relevant documents, as shown in the previous slide, the most relevant document was not placed or was not highly ranked and had a significantly lower score, which shows that the neural model, that is the Colbert, it does not really understand the semantics as clearly as expected. And lastly, these observations affirm that even though the performance was not that great, but Colbert as a neural re-ranker possesses a potential to give a much better result if a better approach is taken towards information retrieval using this particular model. And that is specifically because of the unique late interaction mechanism of Colbert, where it pairs up query and documents and it generates the relevancy score accordingly. Now, just to go over the future scope of work. Now, this was a purely experimental work, and it lacked certain theoretical tenets that were supposed to be included. One being the consideration of contrastive learning. So, as I said, that the Colbert model here was totally pre-trained. We did not do any fine-tuning on it. So a future scope for future development for over this particular work includes contrastive learning, where we train the Colbert model to learn how to rank documents using positive and negative document triplets, and the other being to use a pre-existing fine-tuned version of Colbert on Indic languages with non-translated documents. I hope I've covered everything. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Devans. So our next presenter is the reciprocal rank fusion-based hybrid claims sparse information retrieval on code mix in English social media data and so. Okay, so there is some problem, so we can move to the next. Yes. So the next presenter is Photomix IR, an ensemble approach to robust ranking model. For due to some problem, they send the video, so you can.
while writing online. So they do not stick to just one language. This mixing of languages is known as code mixing. This happens at different levels, sometimes just a word, sometimes a full sentence. Most of the people also use English letters or Roman script to write their native languages because it is easier to type on phones and computers. Because of this, traditional information retrieval and language processing struggle to work correctly with some mixed language content. So, manual analysis of such content is impractical and very inefficient. And the traditional retrieval systems were designed only for monolingual data. So, here we are having Bengali and English code mixing. It's very challenging due to linguistic and resource limitations. This is a related work. Next, we have some of the work that is discussed on Bengali and English code mixed information retrieval. In the methodology, we have first indexed a large collection of about 107,000 code mixed documents using a tool called PyTerror. Indexing helps to the system to quickly search through documents instead of scanning everything manually. So instead of having just one retrieval method, we have three different ranking models. Each model looks at the document in different ways. So the first model here we have used is BM25, focuses on how important and frequent the query words are in a document. And the second one is PL2, checks how unusually often certain words appear, which highlight informative terms. And the last model that we have used is the HLM model. It captures probabilistic language patterns. So what we have done is each model has its own strength as well as its weakness. So we have combined the results from all these three models using the ensemble fusion technique. So this is ensemble fusion technique. The main goal of using this technique is to reduce the errors from individual models and produce more reliable and accurate ranking of the documents. So here we have the three methods. The first method is called we have used is the COMSUM. That is, we simply add up the scores given by all the three models. And the second method, we that is one step further. It is not only adds up the scores but also gives extra importance to documents that are retrieved by multiple models. The third method is a reciprocal rank fusion. Instead of using scores, it focuses on the ranking positions of the documents. So, by using all these three fusion techniques, we can get more stable and reliable ranking. These are the results. So in the results, we have evaluated our system using 30 new queries that were not seen during the training. So we can note here that our ensembled approach performed better using any single retrieval model alone. The map score of about 0.13 shows that relevant documents were generally ranked higher in the result list. Then we have the NDCGA score of 0.32, and Precision 5 and Precision 10 shows that many of the top results returned by the system were relevant. Overall, we can say that these results indicate the combining multiple models perform helps to improve the retrieval quality for Bengali English code mix queries. So these are the results. So the ensemble approach is good. Finally, we conclude the conclusion. To conclude this work, focused on solving the problem of information retrieval from Bengali English mixed language text, which is common in most of the social media. Instead of relying on a single retrieval model. We have combined multiple models using ensemble fusion technique. So this allowed us to take the advantage of the strength of each model and reduce the individual weaknesses. So in the future work, we can say that better fusion tuning and semantic models can be used. These are the references. Thank you.
So I'm Rajgari Kaushik and for talk and we came up with a hybrid method as well for information acquisition. And I will skip the introductions and the problems we will be handling, we will discuss. Now, we tried using a number of single models for the information retrieval task, and we didn't get very promising results from all of them. So we use BM25, we use the sentence transformer on its own, and we use Banglish model by Google, and we use multiple models, but as a single model, they didn't actually give us very good results. So then we thought of basically trying out something different, and we came up with a hybrid approach. So we combined two things: the BM25 model, which does retrieval based on lexical analysis, and also the sentence transformer, which does the retrieval based on semantic, based on the semantic retrieval. And what we did was we combined both of these using reciprocal rank fusion to get basically rank both of these things in a basically combine both this rank list into a single rank list and get the result. So for the methodology, I'll pass it over to Thank you.
Yeah, so as Abraham said, we have combined both BM25, which is lexical matching algorithm, and this dense retrieval. We have used paraphrase multilingual mini. That's our mini LM because while we tried out with using large language models, it exhausted our Google Scholar free account, and we couldn't. We were not able to train over just free Google Colab. So we just went with mini LM to fine tune it, and we have fine tuned it on triplet loss. What triplet loss does is it pulls the positives and it pushes the negatives. So query and the most positive document and the most negative document. And BM25 is just a traditional retrieval that we use. along with the TDIDF. And we have just implemented it, combining both of them, and it acts as a hybrid retriever. And for the ranking, we have used the rank fusion, which is a reciprocal rank fusion. It's the inverse of the rank. What it does is it converts the rank to a score, and based on the ranks from U25 and the ranks from the dense retrieval, we have used those scores, and our final results are on that. So this is just a basic table on mean average precision for just PM25, then for just sentence transformer that we have fine tuned, and our submission using RLF has significant improvement over the individual retrieval. The conclusion of our paper is that the rank fusion it significantly improves in the retrieval systems because it converts the rank to a score, and then we can use traditional retrieval algorithms and even dense language models to get a score, and we can rank those documents from the queries that we have. So it's robust, it's very well optimized, and our future work, what we intend is that we get a not biased data set, but we have a balanced data set which has negatives and positives both, because the data set we had was a challenge. It was very skewed and biased. So we also intend to investigate other different retrained models. While we were limited with the resources, we didn't have enough GPU. If we had an advantage over it, we could have used a large language model as well. So all of these improvements, I think if we incorporate this, we'll be getting better results at code mix information retrieval. So that's all for the paper. If you have any questions or any solutions that we could implement here, that would be great. Sorry? I didn't hear you first. Okay, so we have just used the normal, the generic value. So what we yeah.
So you have used K1 equals 1 and P equals 1. Have you done any optimization over the parameter space for U25?
No. We haven't.
Just
Yeah, we haven't done any optimization on U25. We just we explored on the lexical matching algorithms. That was U25, and we have EFIDF, sorry. So those just gave the lexical matching, but the semantics were not clearly well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So move to the next participant. Move to the next participant, LexiSafe IR A2 stage re-ranking framework with PM25 and zero sort by encoder by Swati.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Swati Gupta, an excellent student from Banaras Hindu University, presenting Team Core Weavers. And today I will be presenting our work, Ranking Them IR, a two-stage re-ranking framework with BM25 and zero-shot bioencoder. Traditional IR models rely heavily on lexical matching. When the same word have different meaning or different word have the same meaning. In such cases, there is a need to have a deeper semantic understanding. So our work, Lexic Them IR, bridges this gap by capturing both lexical matches and semantic depth. It is a zero-shot setup that is parameter efficient and doesn't require massive training data. Let me walk you through our two-stage architecture. In stage 1, we use BM25 for lexical retrieval, which retrieves top 100 documents based on keyword overlap. And in stage 2, we use zero-shot bioencoder, which re-ranks those candidates semantically, and thus we get the top 10 results. And this hybrid approach balances speed and accuracy, making it perfect for real-world code scenarios. Let's dive more into stage 1. BM25 is our probabilistic powerhouse. It pulls the document using term frequency, inverse frequency, and document length normalization. So it pulls the top 100 candidates. Think of it as a broad net that captures the possible candidates. Now, for the semantic magic in stage 2, we employed the bioencoder, which was all MPNet based V2 sentence transform. It encodes the queries and documents in 768-dimensional vectors. So, then later, process of similarity re-ranks them, where high similarity means that. And zero-shot means it's plug and play, leveraging pre-trained knowledge, thus enabling fast parallel computing and fact applicability. There are other two-stage retrieval systems as well. But the advantage of our system is that MPNet usually gives better sentence embeddings than classic sentence than classic L-word model, especially for sentence similarity in retrieval, while keeping the inference cost reasonable. And another advantage is that we just kept the top top K results in the next stage, because if we would increase those values to top 30 or top 20, then it could include irrelevant results as well, and it may get ambiguous results as well. So that's why we just restrict the results of the second stage to top 10. So which also increased our precision and MRR score as well. So how did our approach perform? Lexington Maya secured third rank in PMI 2025. On test queries, these were our results. And on the grade quiz, it was even stronger. And the results on the test query shows that it was basically better than the baseline model which we were provided. And this result shows that the model is particularly effective in the where the user care modes, that is at the top of the ranking. Our work didn't end here. After submission, we did the sensitive analysis to check that how our system behaves by varying the value of top key. And this graph shows the result of map NDTP 2010 and 2005, that how by changing the value of k, how the system behaves. And we got to know that NDVC and precision attack each peak around play at 150, which indicates that a default candidate would improve ranking stability and effectiveness while keeping the cost reasonable. However, keeping a high rank doesn't mean that our work is stalled. So we dug into errors and analyzed it. So because no model is perfect, right? So uh, our performance was very specific, like 2019 and one performed well, and 22 and 12 zero they don't perform well. Likely because they were Bengali heavy. This highlights a bias toward code mixing variant. So for the future, we are eyeing towards more advanced processing code mix tools and language specific encoders to these semantic graphs and query expression as well for no missing queries. So basically the framework stays the same, only the semantic brain gets smarter. But feedback for the task is that releasing test and valuable judgment after the evaluation would help the teams to evaluate our post-tech analysis. So, thank you all for your attention. Our code is open source. You can check it out at this link. Thanks again.
Any query? Thank you. So, next is from Romanized to relevant to multi-stage information retrieval for code mix to multilingual queries. Lux, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Please, you can present.
So is my screen visible, sir? And am I audible and visible?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Lakshya Sani, a pre-final year student at Thapa Institute of Engineering and Technology in the Computer Science Engineering Department. Today, I'm here representing Team Defense NLP, which scored second position in the Code Mix Information Retrieval Challenge here. And I'll be presenting our paper titled From Romanized to Relevant, Multi-Stage Information Retrieval for Code Mix Multilingual Queries. So we have already discussed a lot about the data set, the motivation behind it. I'll directly move to our post pipeline. Before that, I'll first show what overall, before diving into the stages, I'll show what our overall pipeline is. So our pipeline has mainly three stages. First is a hybrid retrieval stage, which is a alpha fusion of BM25 model and E5 model. Using these two models, we are retrieving top 100 documents. Then second stage after retrieval is a re-ranking stage, which uses a mini-LM cross encoder, which re-ranks these top 100 documents which were retrieved. And the third is the most novel stage of our pipeline, which is a meta learner, that is a dynamic score fusion layer, which is trained on XGB. Now, this is how, by combining all these three layers, we retrieve the top 100 relevant documents for each query as the output. Now, I'll be explaining each of the stage of the pipeline in detail. First is the hybrid retrieval stage, that is made up of the alpha fusion of E5 and BM25. Now, why E5 and BM25? BM25 is famously used for lexical overlaps using TF-IDF for exact string overlap, exact string matching. Now, we also now need to discover semantic matches, that is the overall meaning of the sentences, which BM25 does not give us. For that, we use E5 model. Why E5 model? Because first of all, E5 model is based on a bi-encoder architecture and not SBERT or any other model, because E5 is pre-trained on multiple languages, especially for information retrieval, true information retrieval. However, SBERT is, even though a bi-encoder, it is pre-trained for sentences and paraphrase matching. That is why E5 acts as a really nice model for semantic matching via a quantitative ranking loss. Now, the quantitative ranking loss, basically we create a query and document embeddings and do a cosine similarity on the query and document embeddings in the multi-dimensional vector space. This is how E5 works. And we did a grid search for the alpha fusion of BM25 and E5 and found out that 0.6 alpha will be the best out of from 0.1 to 0.9. So 0.6 BM25 and 0.4 weight to E5. This is our first stage, that is 100 documents retrieving stage. Second was a re-ranking stage. This stage improved the accuracy of our model significantly and contributed most. Now we used Mini-LM model for re-ranking. Why? Because Mini-LM is a crossing coder. We all know that by the transformer and crossing coder architecture, it has self-intention mechanism, and all query and documents are encoded together in it to form contextual embeddings. These contextual embeddings are stored in a CLS token, which are classification tokens, which are then passed to a MLP multi-layer perceptron, which is a tiny neural network, to generate a relevance score of the document. These final relevance scores are then used to re-rank the 100 documents that we received from the stage 1. This re-ranking from Mini-LM significantly improved the metrics and the accuracy of our pipeline. Third stage was the most important and novel stage of our research paper, which is a XGB metafusion layer. Now for this, what is the problem? Currently, most code mix information retrieval pipelines focus on static weights of various models, or max to max ensemble, or you can say RRF, reciprocal ranking fusion. But we wanted to go a step further. We dynamically trained the model how to choose weights based on these three models via a XGB metafusion layer. We took a feature vector combining the three scores from all the models and then fine-tuned it using a pairwise ranking loss, a pairwise logistic ranking loss as shown below. Now the XGP then learned non-linear interactions between all the three scores. This is a code snippet that gives an example of one of such interaction or pattern that XGP learns. And after this, it produces a final fuse metafusion score, which consistently outperformed any individual model. So this is why that was the beauty of the metafusion layer, which significantly improved our accuracy and outperformed all individual models. Now, of course, this pipeline was a result of a lot of experimentations and failed error analysis that we did. For example, we first used XLMR model instead of Mini-LM for re-ranking. XLMR model is based on the same architecture. However, it is a much larger model, which is generally in research proven to be much better than Mini-LM. However, it failed significantly on this data set. Why? Because it is a very large model of 560 million parameters, and we had just 20 labeled queries. So the model overfitted. Then second, another advanced technique that is generally used in a lot of research papers in code mix information retrieval was a quantitative triplet training, which we also tried on our dataset. In this, the query, positive document, and negative document as a triplet is trained using a margin ranking loss function. Now, this was not able to decision boundaries for borderline false negative documents, which is why it failed. And the third major insightful failure was the joint fine-tuning failure. Many research papers suggest that if we combine and jointly fine-tune our retriever and re-ranker, then it gives awesome results. However, we used E5 for global similarity and Mini-LM for fine-grained matching. These had competing gradients, because of which the fine-tuned version did not outperform the individual metafusion layer version. Now, we also did a lot of pre-processing novel experiments, which led to a lot of insights that are not previously known. For example, we tried about eight NLP pre-processing techniques that are famous and generally known to give best results. However, many of them did not. We found out that the best pre-processing pipeline was a simple lowercase and English and Bengali stop word removal pipeline. And when we combined all the advanced techniques such as stemming limitation, phonetic normalization, and NLP, then it rather hindered the accuracy. Why? Because stemming and limitation, we found out, reduced many dissimilar words into the same root. For example, running and runway, both were reduced to run. Now, but they do not have the same meaning. This is the reason of the failure. For NRE and NEP, they generally perform well. However, in code mix scenarios, inconsistent spellings confuses the lexical and semantic models. For example, proper NRE NEP example, Mamta Banerjee can be spelled in different ways in English Bengali. Mamata, Mamota, Mamuta Banerjee. This is the reason why models fail in NREP and NER and NEP fail when we apply it to code mix information retrieval. And the third failure was for phonetic normalization, because that incorrectly mapped many different meaning words to the same phonetic code. For example, balcony and balkwani were mapped to BALKN. However, they have different meanings absolutely. So these were various novel insights that we found out about pre-processing techniques on the code mix information retrieval subject that were not present in existing research papers. Now, talking about the results, our final meta ranking layer fusion in training gave us a 99.7% NDCG, and our mini LM crossing order had given us 70%, and the baseline, which was the hybrid retrieval BM25 plus E5, had given us a 48% NDCG. And in the testing dataset, the best model was a mini LM crossing order, giving us 37.7% NDCG, and the meta ranker 36.6%. Now, some may say that there's a huge gap between test and train. That model might overfit. However, this is not true. The reasons are three main reasons. First, there's a lot of data scarcity here. We only had 20 labeled queries to train such a big code mix information retrieval model. Had we had more labeled queries, it could have easily performed very well on the testing dataset also. Second is the domain mismatch. The training queries all were in Romanized Bengali. However, the testing queries included native Bengali script as well. Now what we did was we had actually converted the testing queries to Romanized via transliteration and applying some APIs. However, that is not fully accurate, and the domain mismatch is another reason of the train test evaluation gap. So overall, the second rank in overall, our conclusion being that the second position in our data challenge and so many various pre-processing insights and tell us that this is a robust model which gave us many new research things on code mix information retrieval, especially the meta fusion dynamic score fusion layer that increased the accuracy significantly. And another key point to note was that mini LM crossing coder, even being lightweight, outperformed in code mix information retrieval models, outperformed models such as XLMR, which is generally considered to be better. So all in all, this pipeline was a generalizable, robust, and novel pipeline, which increased and advanced code mix information retrievals research base a lot. Some future improvements that can be done are we again and again highlighted that there were very less labeled queries. So semi-supervised techniques could be applied, such as pseudo labeling and active learning, that we could take top k predictions of our best model as pseudo labels. And for active learning, the model can ask us which samples it is confused about, and we can manually label those queries, thus increasing the number of labeled queries and increasing our dataset and making our model better. Second is hard negative mining. If you remember, we talked about why quantitative triplet ranking loss failed, because it was not able to, the training dataset did not have many hard negatives. So it was not able to learn the decision boundary properly. So hard negative mining is another technique that can be used in the future. Indic-aware pre-training, that currently we used E5, that is pre-trained on multiple languages. However, it is not pre-trained specifically on Bengali or Indian languages. So Indic-specific models can, trying Indic-specific model hybrids can also give new results. Spelling variant generation, that not just, we can also generate various versions of the training queries itself of having various spelling variations. For example, this way the NRE and NEP spelling variation might not fail because we have generated various spelling variations of the same query itself. And the final most advanced future work point that we could do is a per query dynamic fusion, and not just the entire dynamic fusion, that it predict weights dynamically per query, and factors to be considered here are the number of English tokens per query, number of Bengali tokens per query, the total length of the query. This way, we can even make our model even more intelligent. Thus, to conclude, this pipeline was a robust generalizable pipeline, and it outperformed significant number of pipelines that already exist. And this is actually implementable and deployable architecture as opposed to LLMs, because LLMs, even though are increasingly having capabilities in this regard, they cannot be used in one, a sensitive context where we cannot give all data to them, and two, LLM deployment and inference is huge cost. However, classic model deployment inference is much lesser cost than LLMs. So all in all, this is a very hybrid and novel pipeline that we proposed in our paper. Any suggestions and questions are extremely welcome. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Russ. Next, Rachana is there? Okay, Rachana? Rachana, are you there? Rachana? Rachana, are you there? Okay, so the last presentation is Sujit Datta, but unfortunately he's not here, so we can finish this session. Okay, thank you. So the next session is keynote speak address. This is chair by Jul. Oh, yeah. Yes. Good afternoon. Okay. So, our next keynote speaker is Professor Jack. Jack Hansen. I don't even know for how long, maybe 50 years. He's a co-founder of the University of Amsterdam Information Retrieval and Analytics Group. In addition, he was co-organizer of lots of conferences, including program days. So he's a project principal investigator of a stream of large EU projects as well as funded by the Netherlands. He has published over 500 papers on major conferences. And it's my pleasure to invite Professor Jack to next speak on how to simplify scientific techniques. Thank you.
Welcome. Thanks for the great introduction. I'm very interested in solving technical problems. They tell me this will disappear. Let's see. So I want to talk about so how to simplify scientific text, and nothing more. I first want to present this a little bit in where we are now. So unless you've been sleeping, something has happened. And in particular, you could talk about this Gen AI revolution. So we're at FIRES 10 years ago. We talked about IR. Now the word RAG and retrieval augmented generation is everywhere. So basically, from search, what used to be search is now basically it's RAG. So you saw all this revolutionary progress, right? Everything is new, better than AI, IR, NLP. Big language models are there. They train like next token prediction, next pattern, next text prediction, implicit training, and they work very, very good. Of course, by nature, these are text or image generation models. And it's not worse nice to have a free conversation, chit chat about something. Images into the blue. But it works less fine if you want to search your own records or in a company find some data or in a law case want something reliable or expert. So at least a form where there is grounding, where there is indeed search, and the basis for things remains essential in many applications. Not all the creative ones, but in the practical application. And even if you use ChatGPT or something, it tells you to check the evidence, except it doesn't tell you how to do it. It's some other source. Here. This is right. Okay, so when this AI thing happened, we were quite active in 16. We worked on a model that 17 finally neural IR beat BM25. The paper almost got rejected for beating BM25. A very poor baseline, but we finally managed for other people tried. 2017 we did sparse words, what is known as split. 18. But at that time, I was complaining. The models are the same as the neural models I worked 20 years ago. Simple back propagation, simple perceptual. However, only new thing in our eyes was the generative. We looked for a setting where we could use the generative. That's what we did open domain questioning with Enter. You have your bits of evidence and then you generate it. And that was done in 2018, the paper was early. 19, and this is basically doing RAG, although we did not call it RAG, in fact, the first page. Attributed for that, they also do the same question answering. And there we really were very excited. So this is actually the RAG. You get query, you feed the small bits of evidence in 2018, and then you generate it. So all our baselines for answer extraction, test collections were based on answer extraction, so whatever was in the ground to literally match it on the evidence bits, and we did answer generation, so we lost some points. We need the right answer, not in the right form, but it still grew all the baseline out of the water, so we were quite excited about it. So RAG was something we looked at from the start. We thought it was RAG already. And actually this year we went back to Wisdom, so that was published Wisdom, which was a fine conference. And we actually worked on efficiency of RAG, which may be a topic that the sponsors really likes not so really to do the same RAG impact, but orders of magnitude more efficient by using very clever compression methods, which also allows you to scale up much more into the models. But I propose this as an option. Ask you to talk about something else, which I will very gladly do, because we have also done this kind of RAG style working in another setting, and that is in the text simplification. We started this track at a proposal written in 2020, And that was the time basically we were playing with this new generative models, these RAG models, and felt that that was the difference in the models. You can train classify probably obviously, but the generative part, in particular because it seemed to be kind of work like earlier. So we were talking about some scientific literature search. We will talk more about that. So to do that, more science communication, but we wanted to have the new AI generative part very visible and not the library science, the finding literature part. So that's why we want to focus on the generative part of that and focus on the text identification, the text generation. Essentially, we run that as a RAG setup, but as you now know, evaluating the RAG system is not so easy. So we check it out. So we did the search part, and identifying complexity in the generation part separately as conceptually one task, but evaluated with different tasks. And we have run the track in that way for 4 years. Let's see, we progressed a few years. It works very well, except now everything is RAG, and there's many RAG tracks. Almost every track is a RAG track. Biogen, and other track. In fact, the model I showed, the context compression model, was one of the best models. Biogen was a RAG environmental research last week at Turkey. So we really focused on the generative part because that's the new part of our building collections and basically evaluate. So generative information access is here to stay, and we don't need a new killer. Finding evidence and finding relevant information that was a killer, that was the thing that made Google, but it's still the killer. Because how to check your LLM results, or when and how do you check your RAG sources, and how would you check unless you have reliable tools underneath that work together with the generation. If you look at the Swirl report, we did February is published in summer, the whole big research agenda on topics to do. There's a large section on this generative. It has a lot of contributing to the information. So in the chat, we really thought about, okay, we have all that science, and that is for some reason not consulted, not by the average public, but science. And that's the best source of reliable information for many topics. So how can we actually make that easier available given the new tools, especially the AI tools? Basically, how can we make scientific text more accessible? Either we'll do all the hard work and we will do some of the part, making it accessible. Either say something, you can say that's not the best. So number two is, so can we make biomedical text acceptable basically for everyone, right? Not just for the scientific world, not just for the content. How can we do? The last 2 years, we moved from general science to biomedical. In fact, we have been talking about that from the start, but there are voices against it because science is much broader than biomedical, and so biomedical happens already. We looked a lot at general science, computer science and AI, but ourselves. But we have talked about this, but only started to do this very actively the last 3 years to talk about biomedical text. And one reason why I like biomedical text, apart from many other things, is there are things like Cochrane. There's a lot of resources that are in public domain, whereas some of the other scientific paywall and publishing. So Cochrane is a non-profit. It has all the data is public. We can reuse it. We build a test collection. We can share it. It's very easy. We don't have to go through copyright walls or paywalls. And they also promote this globally. For example, they have this systematic review. So basically, any medical topic, if you want to know the state of the art, you look not for a particular study, but you typically look for a systematic review that actually gives you an overview of a lot of studies that appear. And they very actively translate these to many languages, not that many yet into Hindi, more, but that also means we actually have this data not only in English, we have this in any language. And our main idea, but we will not only that, we actually use this as a resource for particular text simplification. Because these Cochrane systematic reviews, they have a plain language summary. So they both have scientific abstract, but they both have plain language summary, and this is because by any of the popular and any non-experts look for information. So they look at the lessons, and this is why they plain language adaptations. And we've been making fairly large collections where we try to reuse that existing data, the real world plain language adaptations from the scientific abstract, and to turn that into useful training and evaluation. And I'm going to raise two papers. One is the Cochrane Auto, which we published last year. Sadly, at the end of the workshop, because it was a tiny thing, they wanted us to complete, but at the end, for the same conference, and we wanted it published. We just published that at the workshop. And the second one is done. The section. So first, so this is trying to auto-align the content in scientific summaries and plain language adaptations to resources. Out of that, basically, yeah, if you want to train quite a lot of data, a lot of data is still a good thing. If you want to do really state of the art, you still need to access, you still need to actually find it works pretty well out of the box. But if you want to actually make this domain specific or really get the last 20% of performance, you're still refining these people. And that requires actually quite a set of data. That simplification for in general are relatively small, and in particular the existing biomedical very, very small. Think about hundreds of sentences, maybe 1,000 sentences, but not hundreds of abstract. And although we have been talking about using this resource also actually Cochrane for the last 5 years, there's also, unfortunately, there's also other people who work on this. And in particular, there was already extracted these abstracts, but they did not do the alignment. So this Cochrane database, as I said, it's systematic reviews on any topic. There is an overview on that topic, and this is the most authoritative information in the system. The original studies, and this is how medical, the most objective biomedical information is distributed. And the good thing is Cochrane is completely public access. It's a non-profit, completely open, fully shared. Articles of fully shared. Everything that they really encourage. I still work with that, and whenever we do something useful, we build technology. They're really, really helpful. This is the story. So, as I mentioned, they have a scientific abstract. The interesting thing, scientific abstract, the section structure. This is known to help convey information, either to find or like that. Maneuvers are advantages of that. So they have actually adopted that also in Cochrane. So they have highest standards of the website. And then they have plain language summaries to amend for, not for people that are for literacy, but for general adults, general people with no reading disability, for small kids, but who are not a medical expert and may misinterpret a lot of some technical scientific plain language summaries. Blindness in medical world. This is different. It is for youth, so whatever I already did is go all that data. They noted there are some differences regionally between the plain language summary, and they noted it's easier if you go for the results section. So the second half of the basically they cut everything halfway, and then they have two matching things. It will be very difficult to read from your angle or basic. Well, in the scientific abstract, it's 7 sentences, and condensed form and data set. So what we added is, so these two long blocks compared to that is what other people did already. We added the alignment on sentence level and paragraph level in the same way as it's done on the Wikipedia format. If you repackage with the translation, it can be a simple here, it can be a normal here, and then they have to do a realignment process. And Newsala is news that is provided for primary and secondary school readers or young secondary school readers, mostly primary school readers. So they adapted news items to major languages. And Newsala is the only very large corpus of is available. It's used for news reading and it has a license to be fight. Okay. They don't give it. But come on. To be 5 years to be able to base. So Newsala is very advanced, and you cannot copyright. You cannot even quote a single sentence. License and copy it. Well, as you see in Color, not all sentences they align well, but we manage to align sentences and the whole point. Then if doing that way we can sentence align from the aligned sentence. This is a paragraph for document level. Of course, we did a large manual set, and it turns out quite a lot of sentences are reasonably alignable, but there's still about 30% of sentences basically are not alignable, which may be sentences in the complex extract that are deleted, or it may be a sentence simplified one that is added in the back section. Still, it's not a result. It's interesting alignment tags because in 40 or 50% of the cases it's very trivial to find the alignments, and then there's a lot of very complex cases where you can't be solved because that is not one-on-one. So the trick is you manually do this for a small set, and then you train classifiers that are good enough, and then you can run this out on the whole data set, and then you have aligned data reasonably clean. It's clean enough for training purpose, still very cool. Evaluation purpose, it's good enough. This is will be high, etc., etc. And sometimes we clean the evaluation set, so we make sure that those are correct. Human set are correct, and it's possible. So the alignment model we use is visible. So there is a neural CRF model that is built by UNL HL20 that is both great because it works really, really well and super fast. It's a neural CRF trained on Wikipedia data, 52 articles they aligned manually. Quite vast data set. So the great thing is it works great. The annoying thing is it's really hard to reach it. Even with LLMs, we get at the same level with much more expensive. But basically, we're a bit stuck at the level. It works. But the great thing is if that's trained on Wikipedia, even out of the box, it works really well for the sense of the line. That is the baseline that works quite well. And so this is a little explanation, but basically they manually align quite a large set. Wikipedia sentences where they manually supervise and correct alignments, and the neural CRF works really well. It's not gigantic manual trained data, also limiting how to do better, and the neural CRF somehow generates twice difficult to read. But in this case, we created a focus and worked quite well. So for us, this is fine. And we actually created this focus literally the same way Wikipedia and the news platforms created, so they're completely met with all the parameters. So if you would just use a bird out of the box, train all the training data, yeah, your F1 is still quite low, 60.6. This CRF aligner worked 76, 77. And because there are some hard cases that are difficult to resolve, the plateau is probably at 80% from this, also human agreement. At what point does this sentence still align? Because there are some words that are similar at one point. It's not an align. It's the way the labels are created. It's a bit imperfect. The ceiling is probably 8.82%. Unless you're going to systematize the text by rules, the keyword four words is make it artificially. We actually added a merge operator. Delete text, you can insert text, sentences, delete the sentence, insert a new sentence, rephrase a sentence, and you can split a sentence to one sentence, two sentences. In the simple ones, the use reading is common, but important. Let's say in summarization, it's called one. In the shortest version, you combine information from multiple sentences. Summarization is called common, flexible. You never see this operator, but we added the merge operator. So this these abstract, this is helpful because if you don't have the merge operator, you have to assign this new sentence to one of the two source sentences, and then there's another source sentence that disappeared, and you have half new simple sentence that comes up with thin air you have to generate. So this preserves the connection between information in the source. Language adaptation, this is generally helpful. If we add that in, or at the same, we can do that. We improve it. So we created this copy corpus now, exactly in the same way with the same exactly compared to widely, well, not so widely. But many people want to use this new sort of corpus that's with a license on, and the wiki auto corpus that is also pretty good. We use this is wiki auto, there are other wiki corpus. And this is the larger. In subset, the best. There are smaller ones that may have similar quality, but this one is very heavily filtered. So we process this to get the sentence mappings in, but also the paragraph mappings. Reconstruct the paragraph from content from the sentence mapping we have, and reconstruct the abstract from the mappings we have, which means we manipulate the plain language adaptation to be in a way that it is better matching content. Source you feed, and this is done exactly within the way we are a new so we are very compatible program and can run also planner based text implication, which means you first have to decide what to do with what sentence. And this is easier if you want to sort of longer text to it. So we have now aligned sentence level, and from the sentences we can the paragraph and the sort of sentences we can just concatenate those sentences for the destination for those etc. We actually modify in some sense the language adaptation fitting in the format. So if you look at the details. Usually somewhat larger. What is striking that sentences, the length of sentences in this corpus topic is much longer. The complex ones, 35 words on average, so pretty long sentences, and even the simplified 27, slightly short. They're not super short, which is very different from news around. It's for youth reading the news and the film. To read so long, primary school kids, and you see there the length goes down a lot, and the sentences are very short. So news a lot simple text sentences, 50 quite short sentences. The average number of sentences, so basically the abstract are quite long here, and the paragraphs are also long. So Newsline has a funny feature that the paragraph level is on average 2 sentences long. So the paragraphs are ultra short, and this is almost like doing on sentence. Basically, at the level of 2 sentences rather than longer paragraphs. For Cochrane, we have 3.5 sentences per paragraph, and the sentence of long sentences are chunky. You want to see an example, difficult to read, the original reference is quite a bit longer, and if we base it on the text alignment, rework it, we get simple talking. For it to be reordered, shorter text, with a better matching for both, and it's quickly better trade. The ratio remove some information of. And we use what was the main baselines in the paper. We copy for BART models, and basically these scores are quite good. They're not far from perfectly, so low scores, for example, we have low scores and generate quite different. So this is evaluated over quite long years, and the planar model works best, and the sentence model in this case looks slightly better. If you want to treat that as an indicator of readability, you can see that the FKT goes down a little, but not much. So it is from 13.4 to 6. So basically, the sentence length, lexical or grammatical content, it's not much simpler. They avoid jargon, they can other things for using. So this set is available, it's quite available, and freely available as Wikipedia, it's also it's high quality, it's really filtered down aggressively on text overlap. Parallelly immersion, Wikipedia simple, and it's also the Wikipedia domain. With an LLM method, it appears LLM knows all about it, and may not know as much about biomedical field. Easier as a to measure this, and utilize is unavailable. Each third of forward one. So I mentioned a few things. So I mentioned these original scientific abstracts that is nice section structure. And I also mentioned that the paragraph in user are very short, they're only 2 sentences. You can know, but most of the work less so than most of the text situation is done at a sentence. You knew that they were looking beyond that paragraph, or even whole document level, even though these are used routinely. At the sentence level, what are things playing? The document level, at the abstract level, you have coherent discourse structure and all kinds of things that are in the text rather than in the individual sentence. But Nielsen's paragraphs are only 2 sentences. If you do paragraph based, otherwise you have to do the whole document in one go, which is still too ambitious for many systems. So it's more difficult to control. So what we're interested in is to find an in-between level where we look at where we can at least meaningfully cover the document in units, and each unit is more or less self-contained. It has more text, paragraph or a few paragraphs. 1 or 2 sentences. So section level is something we quite interested. Again, this is complex one. It's a section structure and simple. And what we simply try plain language. So this is how many sentences on average are in a complex abstract copy. As I said before as well, if you cut it at the main results and other conclusions, then the alignment is reasonable between the two and you can find it. And typically, all the first part is ignored. And we found that very frustrating. Also, the background section is not. You have an abstract that starts halfway with the result section. And that's a simplified version of that. But for example, they miss the background section. That seems to be quite essential. Let's take something. So we want to look at all sections and we want to properly label all the something to deal with differently something. We use something basically a sequence labeling task for the plain language summaries, and we have training data. Label is the complex section, not the simplified section. So again, we usually use manual set. So here you see on the left hand side the colors, the sections. On the right hand side, this is the plain language summary, one block of text, and the colors are elements. Humans This is again a task for many cases are very trivial. This is clearly background, but there are still cases where basically the overlap between the sentences in the plain language summary and the complex one is very low. And what do you do then? And that still leads to about 30% disagreement. But there are also cases where it's not difficult to resolve because you have very little overlap. If you guess what it is. But for over 50%. So if you look at the sentences in the hand labeling, this is in plain language one, you see there's a lot of background sentences, even more relatively complex one, and you see indeed a lot of sentences. These results and other conclusions and earlier data set, but they only use the final part of the abstract because you can see there's really sentences must have results. So what did we? Well, we did again the alignment. We did that pretty well. But as I said, the alignment of the whole sentence can be deletion, that disappear, no problem. And that can be inserted. There are new sentences inserted in the language summary. Yeah, and then I don't have an alignment. I don't know where they come from. So I don't know background. So something else. We have to do that. We do two things. We first align. If the alignment is good enough, we look at what the section having is the complex abstract. To say background complex one. That's structure. And for the remaining session, we will talk about this is background. It seems that reading order is for this. It is in many cases background first and then results, but in the plain language, because they don't have this section structure, it really depends. Somehow still explain background. When the results go, the metaphor, you have all these mixtures are possible. Before okay. If it works, for classifiers, we use simple sensor shell format with YSVM linear layers. So that's not an old model, but actually it works very well. It's quite efficient. It's very efficiently trained. We have very limited manual data. So some more here. YSVM is both efficient to learn and if it kind of works, it generates. If it doesn't work, you need a bigger model. If it works, it generalizes quickly. And we have very limited data. If it finally works, it's difficult to do results. And it's so if we use our small manual set, simple linear layer classified 72, YSVM with the linear layer really jumps up to 79. High 70s. If we label with our label, if we do not our manual set, but the whole data set, machine labels, we have much more training data, the same quality, then these scores go up to 80 to 85. Doing this by LLMs sounds very attractive. It is attractive because you don't need training data, but you need very fast models. Confidence 20 now, and the larger 25. We have been able to do this without the cheating, almost cheating, confessing about to the best. Only with the latest generation, we were come close to this. When model to run it's so the bias remains very remains a good alternative. Quite efficient and generalized, very robust, and the promise we use here it is somewhat specific for children already. We have it a little, but basically we were quite surprised that so what is the result? So on the alignments, we do make error 79-ish, and then on the remaining segment, if we run the classifier, that works better itself in a high level, and then ultimately 83. And one basically, this is approximate. Two people to do your this range doesn't look 99 or perfect, but very if I have been able to do the same. So C to 1 and good enough. If you then look at the conclusion later, the tool generated label, you see, for example, it works really well for background. The important section because is typically more, it seems to be really want in the data sets. And you see a lot of the errors are at the ends because in incorporating the text, it's very clear what is the results from the meta system, the meta study, and what is the author's interpretation. This is a very clear separation. Systematic summary, the scientific. In page summary, they tend to mix these up a bit, and it's actually pretty hard if you want to trace this. You want to separate the author's view, author's conclusion, impact on the students versus the set results from the study. It is difficult to separate the language summary, and this is where these later categories are a bit mixed. It's difficult. This is also where the human errors disagreement is a lot, and also where the machine. So then if you see the deliver now it has two colors, one the darker color at the bottom, the alignment and the lighter on top of the classifier, of the classifier. That's it. Almost all of them. Basically means we have now a nice section, abstract to section level, but this is not only useful if you want to go to section, also because there is not a one-on-one mapping between the surfaces. So doing things at the surface level is something natural, but doing things at the section level is basically actual. There's other conclusions. There's a few cases where we can easily generate sense. This is a level where per machines. So, now it's promising. Point that the lots of extra work not only through this for English, but you see in detail. We downloaded all data and all languages available, including the small bit of Hindi we have, including English. I have everything. France, I have a lot. Korean, China. We have all these languages. So we have processed and run everything on all the language processes available. So we have all these many test collections. So we can also do complex English, the easy English, or complex English, the easy English, whatever you want. You can cross through the data set. English not so much, it's enough for evaluation, but that's not what we have. So we spend effort, this wonderful research. All the data is open, you we cannot 2,000 tasks to participate, fraction of participants. Yeah, if we have all the data, we hopefully incorporate. It's super exciting. We can do anything with it. On this, they really also to listen for all this section stuff. They listen for, and they're just they posted the language stuff. But if they do, the guidelines 2 years from now, first published with that new guideline, we'll have that. It will be if we collaborate with. Okay, so this is about the core product we built with more NLP papers. But of course, we built these core GPUs and inverted in ClickTrack. As I said, we started this kind of rack setup with finding information, detecting the complexity, generate, fitting it. We moved to incorporate 2025, which is still this year. Here. So last fall, and this is real world. It's not artificially construction because you can or shorten words paraphrase. This is real. It's really in the real world. So with all the display, all the complexity, all the greatness of it. Maybe as a general advice, we moved to collaborations last year just to make things simpler for outside, and actually that helped us with participation a lot. And our program for the train data, all the data of last year is still the income depends already in training prediction. That's the database part of evaluation. So we be more accessible and in the text, it's copying auto generation of content generation stuff. We had 30 teams in the code for task 1, 14 teams for task 2. We got 200 valid runs that were not in I think the period from the download there were more than needed for very species. And participation was actually up. I think the new data. Training data early for the ventures for participate. Will be next year. We compare it to the data set we created the year before. We were able to do 287 documents with 1,500 sets. Now with Pocket Auto, it says plain data. It includes over 5,000 documents, 35,000 sentences. And every year we roll the new systematic review from last year. We process it the same way, and that will be tested. Year after, the issues also test data that is completely fresh and novel. Most of your elements will not have probably not read them and seen them and know the answer because every year we have new. The models for license is a year early. People so publicly is the most pretty good. As I say here at the bottom, we do have here indeed 54 of them, but 54 full text. 90 sentences. Some of these are still a good for the top output. Compare with all the other languages. All connected. So it's a resource. It's a good start. Use this thing. So we have the source and we have a reference on copy and just make a prediction, similar format. We always keep each of the test set, so the test set is more than just the new data. So the train the test the validations test of the train data. We test it in split. It's confusing, but yeah. So also include the raw QLS test just download the raw form without modification. The meta, not check, two manual sentence, etc. So there's more data test for record. How does it work? Many numbers reasonably well. So SANI scores were most used to measure items at 40%, 43%. So this is comparable to scores. WikiAuto scores on NewsAuto can be higher, in particular if they evaluate means filters. Splits, but still these scores are competitive. They're kind of the same. If you look at the blue scores, they do not correlate. They often don't correlate well with the SANI scores of the per se. You can see the blue scores go up to 25, 26%. The output is still quite different than the reference, not one-on-one match. We only have one reference, not easy. We have to effectively unless you can memorize. This was actually evaluated when Blooming told us the whole abstract. If I do each sentence individually based on your line data, we have more or less similar in similar scores. It's called notable differences. Here, sentence splits of three. Sentence splits here, the compression rate, the quality of deletion. To our surprise, or we knew it would correlate, but if we evaluate against the original plain language numbers just as a whole, as is, the correlation document, you see some smaller that start to look more in detail at it. But at least it's good validation that we process in a very complex way. These numbers are a little bit more noisy, not neatly aligned. Okay, we split the input in sentences and then put even a percentage form or do anything else, as long as you also then split your output in percentage. We also allow you to get the whole long 90 sentences in and 90 sentences up. You see quite similar scores. Some system basically additional sentence based that do with us. You see it's interesting here that we just give you the document tab. In earlier years, the system that just split the document into individual sentences and run approval record per sentence based on they scored. And this is the first year when basically that's still not okay, but basically that's what happened. All systems that do something else, they do really document the really process, whole whatever. That's actually the first time that it's yeah, all the others, but it's proven sentence. When we go there, these SAMI scores are nice, but they're also highly relevant. So I just want to show here two different models. So at the top, you see the contextual bar model that we data, and it is really conservative. It helps. It doesn't edit here and there. It's a touch here, a touch there. Very conservative, and it also will not introduce errors. So it is not helping a little. It is not readable enough. We don't match the goal yet, but it's very conservative. Other models, for all, it's very different. They're completely gonna rewrite it, whether it's needed to be reworded or not. They're completely gonna rewrite it anyway. If they're completely gonna rewrite it anyway, they will not leave owner any word of touch. I mean, they still convey the same concept, but it's completely reworded. And both models may get a very similar size. So there's a lot of differences in the group that are interesting. And you can debate. Is it better to be very conservative and not leave the author's text as much as possible there? Do not need to do kinds of things. They not be correct. And yeah, if there's jargon, you replace it. There's not a problem, you solve it, but for the rest, you leave the author's text. All the systems also work very well. Completely generate and use it. Inspired by very special based and anchored in the original. Following still this, but they have difficulty aligning with that specialization. And they may get this case very, very simple. Thing like whatever it's almost the same. Here's another example. Conservative model. In this case, I said it's very conservative. It's not so conservative in deletion, but it needs a lot of complexity that can be and it's quite effective. It is not that aggressive in deletion of detail left out, but still in a conservative will not activate, it will not change here. And GPT-4 is changing a lot of things, including a lot of things that just why is that changing? Why should so we have this new wonderful thing. We have proper not where I complained that in your test case, usually the sentence, but in your test case, often we use the call for sentence based. Any instructions for still, please do not never repeat the sentence, etc., etc. This is real world data that not never created sentence based. We have difficulty in getting the sentence based alignments back. It is a proper document or abstract task. And it seems to work very well. But improves color, it improves discourse structure. It is aware of what the sentence before, and if you explain the complex concept in sentence one, you don't want to do this in every sentence. All these aspects. I think code edge help. even more attention. Lots of these LLMs, but also the open text LLMs, not the case, the closed models, and the open AI. They were better, they were quite similar to the systems. Open source models, and given that the records already get some of the limited human effort, other things, there's still terminological issues. The jargon is not often not removed, even if it is removed in plain language, indirectly to be rewarded, but it's difficult to what to do with it. Plain every term. The dictionary is not the best thing, you will get a lot of points. But there are still people, in particular the systems that are conservative. So what to be done? And LLMs change a lot of wording when it's not needed, and that may be also not needed, and anything that's not needed, so risky with it. But even the final point, there's still a remaining issue with that's simply on the scientific text, but nothing more. As I told you, we were super excited, but we really, I cannot say how excited we were. It actually was fluent. It had no syntax and grammar. It had local coherence with no directions. And in fact, it is better than I ever expected to see in my lifetime, because I know how much we scaled acceleration before and how clunky the pipelines and how artificial the output was, and how often we showed really nice examples to do on the slide. It often went well, and we could show you a nice example. If we looked for issues in the data, I could show you hundreds of them. With this, almost not. So this is great, right? We should really plug this in OpenAI contract, plug in your prediction system. Yeah, maybe not, because if we look more closely, really look more, I mean, it's okay if you don't look too closely. You're okay. You look more closely. There are more issues at hand. That's it. And don't forget, there's all the safeguards of commercial models. Don't know about. They help, but there's still even more like the models themselves, and then they'll get too much. So this overgeneration is quite big thing. Despite the good scores, you will see a lot of these cases. So for example, this is a standard-based approach that gets a set out of context, feeds into the model to simplify in a model from the and we split that percent into 2 cents. Like this, and that's what it does because it's a text completion. It just continues with the very likely sentence. So I highlighted now in green the sentences that complete continuations after the sentence that was said, and not in the source. Or not in green, related to the source. So after every sentence, almost you get a natural progression. But as through your output, you don't even see it. Only when I align back carefully, I can certainly see all these sentences in the not there, the source. Model, actually, this is we have to collect 200 runs from real participants, from real groups, from commercial to open source people that are top NLP lab. So learning how to do it, we get a good sample of what is happening in the real world. And in 2024, I had 48% of submission, more than 10%. Stories 90% more than 50%. Perhaps that's it. Something like somebody. So this is not it's not counting. It's not short. I had to do no effort, like example, effort, alignment, and nice alignments of which sentences overlap. So short. Short story here. All these systems that overgenerate, they get normal score. How do we calculate these scores? Here is a reference, here is your output. We're going to look at the overlap. So it's a bit too long. The score won't go up, but it also won't go down. The scores look well. We want. Okay. We, we think this is just what we said. So basically, these are all systems with almost equal score. At the bottom, you see some that have 80% of the sentences I get something, and they still score slightly better than the others. So in 0%. So this is not it happens once a year, it happens, it actually happens once you start counting it all over. So this is the sentence level ones where you can put the screen there, but some actually give me something at 100%, and it takes us down to the whole table. The top quarter has 40% or more, and there is a whole bottom of 0 or 1%, the 1%. The method is not perfectly calculated. People such things. So this is actually, in this case, 20%, 21% of the ones has more than 50%, and 29% of 20. So what do I count as overgenerate? Well, basically, if I have covered all the tokens in the software, then I still get something more in the generated prediction than just covered the software. And you give me another step. Not even looking total inside the step or other smaller thing, I'm just looking at big. Some of this is useful. It's a bit hard to see, but this is a tool to try to inject jargon explanations. But you can see from a distance, there's a lot of ground record. So after any complex term, they have a goal. With it, it becomes a little bit unreadable, but they try to inject this. What I call here, what I flag here is instructions that I cannot trace the source spec, and some of it may be useful. They try to add these explanations of the input that's useful, not just over generation, extra stuff, and that can be by intent. And to do it, another example here is, so this is noise, so it's just that extra after the sample itself goes only goes for just someone. It would not be misleading information here. There's just some annoying noise just during the extra. This is what's also increasingly common in the later years is all kinds of LLM commentary. At the end, satisfy the picture out of this table graph, or here in between, it has come place something about healthcare profession or healthcare worker here. So I'll use this definition of healthcare worker. So there is this intermediate comment into the text that are inserted that are there. Often comment. Mathematician. Your student, it's commentary in the middle of nothing. This is not gonna. But here, that's what I just make that extra sentence. Just a comment in between. That's getting people. Top deep. This is on the document level. This is a bit trickier. The sentence level is the sentence of context. The model will try to overcomplete to continue. But this is also quite long text, and it's very difficult to identify. So we see actually still similar. But my way here, more detail here. But basically, if the text gets long, it causes a problem. So in this case, estimated 40% of us, more than 50%, but again, our long abstract, not sentence anywhere. Percent go up automatically. So what we want is the truth, the whole truth, but nothing but the truth. Because this whole generation, if you look at it for real, it is a serious problem. Both noise is noisy, small stuff, easy detectable, but also this text completion, which can actually be misleading. The conclusion is information of that will just be an actor, something else too. I'm not so innocent. He's doing this right for longer inputs and longer output is harder with less control. For example, even more easily detect something like that, clean it up, or do other safeguards for long tests. So we need to study it in the rest of the as I said, the evaluation measures the most used are one purpose. They don't punish this. And the same holds for the training. The training on this project looks a lot like evaluation, I think, and everybody cares. Getting over higher and higher and higher and speeding, generating more output, for example, hitting it off. I think long ago we tried to work on models. So-called famous, there's an IQ effect with machine learning models that do not only estimate the token of the output, also estimate the component. And that seems to be a working strategy. Prefer there are ways to automatically find stuff with confidence into the token. Models where small problem is the best job for me. Yeah. So this is particularly important for accessing, resources, and it's particularly important in science. You need flexibility, the source. Happy almost. So generative information is a great area. We're making great strides, but we still need to also work more on the grounding and on the evaluation measure there. And classification is where we have sources, predictions, and references in the same language. So this is an easier tool to test it than many other techniques. If you're interested, join this wonderful data. Today, the data to train with is not safe data recorded as learning. You can start tomorrow, and we will release new. We will wait until we have a whole year again of new copyright data, new data available. Was trained to do track for
Thank you, yeah. That's very interesting. So it's open for question.
That's a great talk. Thank you so much. One question I have is for your training data, you're relying on the lay summaries to be available from the documents.
Yes.
But in many other scientific fields, there is no such concept of including lay summaries. So what do you propose in those contexts? Do you generate lay summaries from another generative AI or something else?
This is an excellent question. To stress this. So for covering these are we have that. Why generator? We have them already probably often. Of course, the model we train on this can be applied to anything. I don't know. So you apply that to any network. Or any by like generic models. For the others that don't have it, or all the new text that is generated, if you generate new system of review of the literature, you have actually generated summary. It will not have an author. It's not an author who generated that, and it will not have a summary. You see the data that you can use it. Concrete test and evaluate the data, the whole thing is knowledge. It's systematic review, you would say it's a genre, that, but it's probably systematic review covers all areas. And discipline, not just area, because then you will be locking it. That area, it really will in general work for all.
So, yeah.
That's an awesome lecture, and to be honest, I read your UNLV paper, okay, this year 2025. I have a question regarding that. In that paper, I've seen that you have compared with 2.5 model, that's a touch 2 billion model. So I have seen in various competitions that they have used scaling vectors for plain simplification of complex abstracts or complex papers. How your model coping compares with scaling vector driven LLM?
This is a here. So what we do here is construct the resources to train it. You can see here from the error that one of the problems is this is not sentence of text, but the liner makes errors. And the copy, we automatically the liner 50% of the wrong section, they get a wrong label on board. So actually, in some sense, it's unfair to put because one step. You do it one step for higher than this. Make from the liner from automatic output. The plan model will do that. The whole point is we want to have at least a section level. I mean, the alignment at section level is not perfect, but we will have at least section level for content correspondence. That is the template. The difficult one, it is very visible for the simple one, because there, as you can see here, for example, you can see that for backgrounds, we do a lot of insertion. It's different. For the detailed results, we do a lot of change, so we can actually diversify the model or control the model to say, to tell the model not just okay, do something on the score every well, also but to say, okay, I like a version where you explain all the background. And you can also get this explanation for adding things is sometimes good at that. To use that, but it's also a risky business. So we can specifically address LLM to add background knowledge and not add new results. Okay with the LLM. Now, explanation here specifically one, but I don't want them to invent result. I mean, certainly you should get a pity. Or randomized trials, and LLM will say, oh well, here's a randomized trial. You get that better. No instructions there. If you have that control, then I need to do something else. We worked a lot and we will work more on how to use this smarter file model.
Your model is way more efficient than the LLM. So
Way more.
because you to like reason balance
Okay, so this is already hard. We included this, but we know how. But that would be a science paper. We have the materials for another one. But bear in mind here, we intentionally want to go with the section level that is control in ways that we want to solve some of the doubts. You just want to score high if you don't. You want to. And that's what our participants. I have a quick You can take it. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm here.
Okay, yeah, I'll tell it. Let's give one more.
Now we have 3 minutes. So after that, I request
Okay, as part of fire prediction, how the moment is required. You got the white box. Oh, that is not the problem.
So this announcement is for the keynote speaker and track organizer.
So we are going for boat riding at Ganga. So after tea, so from here we will go to the guest house first, and from there quickly we will go to the boat. Okay? Zero. No. After tea, we will go to the guest house by car. So really quickly, I count eight down. If you raise the hand, because we have to go. No problem.
Maybe the lucky.
We counted. Eight. Sorry, training committee will be tomorrow. We will announce because we are ready for art. ठीक है. So, one second, we all see that after that there is one flag presentation also there around 5 to 6 papers there.
So I will moderate that.
Stop the screen. Okay.
That's my
Krishna, can you please check that our file?
Yeah, I'll check.
Okay.
Is it MP4?
MP4, yes, I have saved it as MP4 only.
Okay, then it should work. Then it should work.
Okay, okay, fine.
Like this, submitted the forms, right?
Yes, yes, I have submitted. Like there are the two forms. So, like you can check in Amrit Kala. I mean, Koli Dravidian Amrit Kala. Okay, in that MP3, MP4 something. Yep.
Fine, then it should work.
Okay. Thanks, Krishna.
Please.
So yeah, leave the podium to him so that everything can come there.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Thank you for your with the last chat task presentations. So myself, Prasna Kumar Mahesan. I am a third year PhD student. Third year PhD student at University of Galway, Ireland. So my task is about offensive language identification in Dravidian code mix languages. It's a short form of Dravidian code mix. So offensive language is nothing just what type of offensive language is like it's just upset to the people where we can see that social media comments to see some comments will be upsets and like basic form of hate speech, but it's different from the hate speech and toxic contents. And before getting to the topic, we'll see the authors list. These are the organizers for this particular task. So we have collaborated with the different universities, this SSN and University of Galway and SRM, and then the Bangalore University. So table of content. So we are going to see about what type of task is this, task descriptions and data sets and methodology. Like participants, what are the participants who have used the methodologies and those results and rank lists, and finally the conclusions. So the introductions, as I said, offensive language is just upset to the people to see those comments. And basically, we use the social media platform, which is YouTube, where you can see most popular in India. So we started collecting the data set from the YouTube comments. So we scrapped them for the offensive languages, and we used four languages of in that Tamil, Malayalam, and also the Kannada and Tulu. So the task descriptions that we said, we collected the YouTube comments related to that news, entertainment, social issues like politics. So which are all like now the issues have got famous or more popular in that area. So we use those YouTube platforms and YouTube videos to collect the comments. And then we use four languages, as I said. So four languages are Tamil, Malayalam, Kannada, and Tulu. So these four languages are also we contain the English text, which is code mixed one, which is it's a Tamil text, but written in English words, like how we usually text with the friends or someone. So we have used these four languages for classifying the offensive language, but it's not a binary classification. It's a four type of labels. So those four labels are 4 to 5 labels. So first one is not offensive, which does not contain any offensive languages. It doesn't contain any hate speech as well. And another one is offensive targeted. So this one is not directed at the specific of any individuals or any entity peoples. But another label is called offensive targeted, which is more target to the any individual or groups. Maybe you can also say it as hate speech. And the other label is called not Tamil, not Malayalam, not Kannada, which is like not language particular on that particular data sets. It doesn't contain any other language. So these are the statistics for four languages with different label settings. So first, Tamil and Malayalam was collected from the south part of India. So we have connection with there, we have collaboration there. So we have used same set of labels and also the for Kannada as well. But for the Tulu, we have combined the targeted and untargeted into two labels. So that's why we have the four labels for the Tulu. So the methodologies, so I don't want to go like one by one. So I will give you the overview of all the participants, what they have used. So most of the participants have explored multilingual transformer models. So which is like nowadays we can use all the languages particular on for the transformers. So we can use specific multilingual transformer or monolingual transformer models. So the participants, most of them are performed with the multilingual transformer models, and also they have tried different various methods in the hybrid or ensemble methods, and also come to the baselines, they are used the machine learning traditional machine learning model with the feature extractions of TF IDF. So these are the results. So totally we got more than 20 to 30 participants have been registered to our chat task, but we got only of 30 participants have submitted their results. From that, we have less than 7 or 8 papers have been collected, committed to this 5 conference. And so, as I said, the approach is based on that multilingual transform models. We chose the strong performance in all the languages, and the participants are not like half of the participants are participated in specific languages like Tamil, only Tamil or only Malayalam, like that, and a few participants participated in all the languages. But moreover, for seeing common, we can see that multilingual transform models was performed well where the classification happens. And also they have tried that hybrid and ensemble based method, ensemble based systems, and combining that with transformer representations with TF-IDF or classical machine learning models, which also improved some of the results where they have used only one language. And the language specific tuning and fusion strategies also they are handled for this code mixed languages. So here are the rank list. So for English, which is code mixed with Tamil. So the NLP fusion team got first rank, which got macro reference score of 0.4. So we used to evaluate the macro reference score, which shows the balance between the precision and recall. So it will be useful for the application task. And the Kannada English, we got the same team got 3 in 3 languages. They got rank 1, which is in Kannada, Tamil, and Tulu. And for the Malayalam, 4 was better than that. So as a conclusion, we created a benchmark like 4 languages. Just a data set. We didn't release any paper on this. So it's a 4 language data set, and this data set was collected from the social media. So participants were performed as various methods. So to improve this offensive language in more deeper fine-grained methods. So these are some of the references from the participants and also from other previous methods. Acknowledgement. So thank you to our University of Galway, and also my institute, Data Science Institute. And also thank to my supervisor, Vajrala Chakravarti, who helped me to come here. He is from University of Galway. Thank you. If you have any question, you can ask or else you can contact me via email. Yes.
Find any like novel approach that was this just like different transport?
No, so I didn't see any of those. They just perform that normal Cambert robot or external robot thing. And also they are doing like more advanced techniques. They just added with the ensemble response. So these are techniques that we are doing as for now. Yeah.
And the related question. I mean, I guess you are running this task for quite some time. Right?
Like after a long, we take this task. Like last time we conducted sarcasm identification. Previous that also we conducted sarcasm. After like 2 or 3 years, we are getting back to offensive language one. But that time we have used binary classification. This time we have extended the data to 4 to 5 tables. It's more deeper to see target and untargeted technique.
But the same data set has been used for other tasks. Same language pair.
The languages have been used, but not the same data set. Yeah.
So, I mean, what I'm trying to understand, I mean, what modifications you have done over the last edition of this?
No, we didn't modify any of the previous data set. We just extended that data set. That one has only the offensive, not offensive. But this one has like extra fine-tuned, like fine-grained tables, like targeted to the individual and their groups. So we extended that data set to like 40,000 commands. And also we added the new languages like Kazan to collaboration with the language.
The related question is, I mean, when you are trying to compare the performance of different, participants.
Yeah.
The last edition of the task. Did you find any improvement?
Like we got improvement in this course, but I didn't take any like from this task to the previous one because it's too long. Too long back we conducted that task, but we didn't compare that. But we can say like the last task they have used only the kind of machine learning methods, but now they are trying to improve the method like ensemble. They are going for our advanced one. They're trying to go, but they are also the like bachelor students and master starting students, so they are getting through. I think.
That's what we need to see. Certainly, I mean, there have been improvements in the techniques, but are they showing up in the results?
Yes.
That is true.
Yeah, I will get on. Yeah, thank you for that.
We would like in the previous edition was the task just
Yes.
So maybe them like if it's task the task can also be open.
That's a good idea. I didn't have any idea about that, but we can check on this and we can combine it with both Kazam and offensive language. Previously, like few years back, we combined the sentiment and offensive language. Like that, we can into this. Thank you for that. Yeah.
How that I to one of
So we are ranking the based on teams, right? We are ranking based on the languages. So overall participate in specific one languages, we are getting those results. So we are getting the submissions in different forms. So we will get it in the name of team name and then the language name. So we will separate the files and we'll get the language separately. So it's easy to separate from the language.
For the oral set, how was the landing done? Was it average based or something as like a team who has done who has worked on more than 2 languages, like included all the remaining languages and to know also. Then is there any effect that if they are working on more than 2 languages, then their ranking will be better in the overall scenario?
As far I saw, like I didn't get any averages in this. So as I said, like we separated the language, right? So who got the first rank They used all the four languages separately, but they got the like high scores. But whoever got the like middle fourth or fifth rank, they used single languages. Like that only we saw, but we didn't get any averages on that. But we will have this like we can get average of between. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. We'll go into the participants list. So the first participant is Chandran T. Are you there online? Chandran?
Sir, can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you please present your screen and start your presentation?
Yes, sir. 1 second, please.
Just start with the methodology part because Vedas has already explained.
Okay, sir.
You got 3 minutes.
Sir, it's showing like you cannot start screen sharing while the other participant is sharing.
One second.
Oh, okay, sir.
Yeah, now can you try?
Yes, sir. 1 second. So let me start from first hour in methodology part, sir.
First explain yourself and then topic and then directly get into the methodology part.
Okay, sir. Good evening to everyone present here. My name is Chandran from the Department of Computer Science from Kongu Engineering College. Today I am going to present our paper titled Comparative Study of Transformer-Based Models for Offensive Content Detection in Tamil, Malayalam, Kannada and Tulu Code Mixed Text. The work is done along with my team members Sandhya, Akshita and Arul Murugan. So we look into methodology part. Let me go. Like proposed work. Our system automatically detects abusive comments in Tamil, Malayalam, Kannada, and Tulu. We use NLP and transformer models to understand the meaning of text. The process includes clean the text, converting it into model input, and classifying it as offensive or not, or targeted or untargeted. Models we have used 2 models, IndicBERT V2M2M and TwinBERT. So we have used 2 models because IndicBERT is well performed for Malayalam and Tulu, and TwinBERT well performed for Tamil and Kannada. Models of the project. We have divided the project into 3 parts. Adaptive definition, which helps train models faster. Second, model training using labeled dataset. Third, performance evaluation using accuracy, precision, recall, and F1 score. So a model IndicBERT V2M2M. So this means it's a model designed for Indian language. It understands the meaning in code mixed social media text. In our result, it performed better for Malayalam and Tulu dataset. TwinBERT is designed for social media language. It captures context and user interaction patterns. In our work, it showed better result for Tamil and Kannada. So these are the sample datasets. This is for Tamil and Kannada, Malayalam, Kannada, and Tulu. So metrics we use accuracy, precision, recall, and F1 score to evaluate our model. These metrics helps us measure how well the model detects offensive content. These are the results we get. This is for Tamil and this is for Kannada and this for Malayalam and Tulu. So these are the references we have taken for the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Chandra.
Participants, do you have any?
Thank you for the presentation. We'll move on to the
Thank you.
next question. Surya, US, are you there in online?
Sir, yes, I am here, sir.
Yeah. Can you please share your screen and present? Surya, can you please share your screen and present?
So yes, sir. So as it is visible.
Yeah, it is visible.
Sir.
Yeah, you can start the presentation. Your voice is not audible.
Sir, can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can hear you.
So shall I?
Start. AS network Surya, can you hear us? We left from here. Okay, we'll move on to the next question. Amrita class, are you there in online?
Yes, we have already sent the video.
If you are there, you
Krishna.
can.
Yes.
Sir, good. Sir.
I think Surya is presenting.
Sir, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Surya. You can start now.
Yes, sir. Sir, good evening, sir. I'm Surya US from Konga Engineering College. Today, I will be presenting our paper titled Dravidian Code Mix 2025, Empirical Analysis of Classical Machine Learning Approaches in Tamil, Malayalam, and Tulu, Code Mix Offensive Content Classification. Authors are Sudhapriya, Surya, and Sweta, and Sandeep. Myself, Surya. Before entering into our topic, I'll present a small intro about our title. With the rapid growth of social media platforms, users increasingly communicate with using code mixed languages like Tamil, Malayalam, and Tulu, such as code mixed content, mixed scripts, translation, spelling variation, and informal languages, which makes offensive language detection particularly challenging. Existing monolingual system often falls in these scenarios. Hence, these are strong in need to evaluate effective computational and machine learning approaches. So next, our problem statement, sir. The problem statement includes the main problem addressed is to the lack of robust and language-specific models for detecting offensive content in Dravidian code mixed social media text. Due to linguistic diversity, dataset imbalance, low conditions, especially for languages like Telugu, choosing a single universal model often leads to poor performance. Therefore, our objective is to systematically evolve classical machine learning models, identity that most algorithms are used. It is a literature papers. Then our implement of proposed systems. And the proposed our system is a Dravidian code made 2020 classic consisting of Tamil, English, Malayalam, and code means we applied standardized processing techniques like lower casing, noise removal, like URL removal, vowels, language and normalization to handle noisy text. Preprocessed text is converted into numerical form using F and I differentiation. Then
Sorry guys, I think he's got disconnected. We'll move on to the next presentation. Amita Shetty, can you please present the screen and presentation?
Yes, actually, we have already sent the video. I think they can play that.
Yeah, okay. We are playing that.
Paper title is Multilingual Pre-trained Models for Offensive Language. The paper title is Multilingual Pre-trained Models for Offensive Language Identification in Dravidian Code Mixed Text. The authors are Asha Hegde, Amrit Kalaim Shetty, Shazia Manan, and Cheryl Coelho. So first we start with the introduction. What is offensive speech? It refers to any kind of language that makes someone feel hurt, insulted, or uncomfortable. So in the recent years, we have seen that there is a lot of offensive speech content in Twitter, Facebook, and Reddit. In a country like India, people speak many different languages, but when they communicate using online, they use their regional languages rather than English. At the same time, instead of using the native script, many users type their messages using English letters. This is called as the Roman script. So here the biggest challenge is understanding the Roman script. So existing methods struggle with this code mixed and romanized text. So in Indian languages mainly it is low resource languages and with limited data sets. So here we have used the transformer models like MBERT and XLM Robota, which is performed well on this trained on this native scripts. So in the related work, we have discussed about the BERT-based models that we have used for both monolingual and multilingual, that is used for hate speech detection. And we have also discussed about the code mix data sets with low resource languages like Tulu. And XLM and Robota and MBERT were explored with zero shot and few shot techniques. So this is the related work. Next, we have the methodology. So in the methodology, we can see that we have used two advanced language models that can handle multiple languages like MBERT and XLM Robota. These models are like very smart language learners that understand the patterns in many languages. We fine tune this model specifically to detect the offensive speech. Since data set has uneven amounts of examples for different categories, we used a technique called class weighting. So there are three setups here. In the first setup, we have MBERT with class weights that give the best performance. And in the second setup, we have XLM Robota with class weights perform well but slightly slower. Next, we have MBERT without class weights, the baseline which favored the majority classes and performed worse. And we also have used the attention mechanism that looks at the context of each word in a sentence, which is very important for understanding code mixed and multilingual text. Next, coming to the results, here is the results page. In the table 1, we see the train set, development set, and the test set for all the four languages, that is Tamil, Malayalam, Kannada, and Tulu. Then we extracted the features from the pre-trained MBERT model and froze its weights into to keep its multilingual knowledge. Our best performing model here is the MBERT with class weights. The model achieved a top ranking in Kannada, Tamil, and Tulu, and the second place in Malayalam. The macro F1 score was 0.475 for Kannada, 0.774 for Tamil, and we have 0.453 for Tulu and 0.819 for Malayalam. So slightly slower scores for Kannada and Tulu were mainly due to the smaller dataset sizes. So this is the experimental result analysis. Next, coming to the conclusion, we can conclude here that the approach using MBERT and XLM Robota performed well for detecting offensive language in low resource Dravidian languages. The models ranked first in Kannada, Tamil, Tulu, and second in Malayalam. These results shows us that transfer learning and multilingual transform models are effective even for code mixed and romanized text. So these are the references that we have written. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. And then the next presentation is Deepika J. Are you there online?
Yes, sir, I'm here, sir.
Can you please start your presentation?
Okay, 1 second.
Deepika? Deepika?
Yes, sir.
You want?
Sir, is it visible?
Yeah, it is.
Hi, everyone. I'm Deepa from Kongu Engineering College. I'm going to present our work on offensive content classification in Kannada Tulu code mixed text using classical machine learning. Our problem statement is detecting offensive and hate speech in code mixed Dravidian languages is a complex task due to the presence of multiple languages within the same sentence, spelling variations, slang, and informal expressions. Kannada and Tulu are low resource languages with limited annotated datasets, which reduces model generalization. Another critical challenge is severe class imbalance where targeted offensive degrees have very few skills compared to non-offensive counts. Although transform-based models exist, they require large datasets and high computational resources, making them unsuitable for low resource settings. Hence, there is a strong need for an efficient and reliable of language detection system. The detection of offensive language has become an essential research area due to the growing impact of online abuse on individuals and communities. While extensive research has been conducted on English language datasets, Dravidian languages such as Kannada and Tulu remain largely unexplored, particularly in code mixed context. Code mixing introduces linguistic ambiguity and complexity, which naturally affects classification performance. Classical machine learning models, when combined with appropriate feature extraction methods like TF-IDF, offer a practical solution for handling low-resource languages. The proposed system, the data sets we used in this sets of YouTube comments written in Kannada English and Tulu English code mix test. Separate data sets used, one for Kannada and one for Tulu, each divided into training, development, and test sets. The Kannada dataset contains 6,000 plus training instances, 700 plus development instances, and 700 plus test instances. The Tulu dataset includes 2,000 plus training instances and 578 development instances and 577 test instances. Each comment is categorized into multiple labels such as offensive targeted insults reflecting real-world social media interactions. The flowchart illustrates the complete workflow of the proposed system. The process begins with loading the Kannada and Tulu datasets. Next, text pre-processing is applied to clean the data and handle noise present in the social media text. Label encoding converts categorical class labels into numerical form. TF-IDF feature extraction transforms cleaned text into high-dimensional feature vectors. These vectors are passed to individual classifiers such as support vector machine, logistic regression, and naive Bayes for training and prediction. Finally, the ensemble voting classifier brings the outputs of all models using majority voting to generate the final classification result, thereby reducing individual model bias. The algorithm we used is logic regression, based on the probability of a comment being offensive and serves as a computationally efficient baseline classifier. Naive Bayes applies probabilistic assumptions based on word occurrence frequencies and enables fast training on smaller datasets. Vector machine constructs an optimal hyperplane to separate offensive and non-offensive classes and performs well with high-dimensional TF-IDF features. And in model comparison, model performance was evaluated using accuracy, precision, recall, and reference score on the development set. For the Kannada dataset, logistic regression and SVM showed competitive performance, while ensemble model achieved stable results with an overall accuracy of 0.68. For the Tulu dataset, the classifier outperformed the individual models, achieving the highest accuracy of 0.9. Although the ensemble model improved overall performance, minority offensive categories still showed a lower recall due to severe class imbalance. This study demonstrates that classical machine learning approaches can effectively detect language in Kannada, English, and Tulu English code mixed social media text. The ensemble voting classifier improves stability and overall accuracy compared to individual classifiers, particularly for the Tulu dataset. The proposed system performs well for direct offensive content. Challenges remain in handling minority classes. Plus, the approach is lightweight, scalable, and suitable for lower resource environments, making it a strong baseline for future research in Dragon language offensive content detection. These are the references we have got, and thank you.
Sir, good evening, sir. Sir, can you hear me?
Surya?
Sir, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Sir, shall I present? Sir, shall I present?
Yeah, we can start.
Good evening, sir. I'm Surya from Computer Engineering College. I'm going to present a title Empirical Analysis of Classical Machine Learning Approaches in Tamil, Malayalam, and Tulu code mixed offensive content classification. Authors include Sudha Surya, Sweta, and Sandeep. Before entering into our title, I'll say a small intro about our title. of social media platforms, increase in code languages, especially mixing English with religious languages, Malayalam and Telugu. Such code texts
Okay, opinion is based on ideology.
Sorry guys, we'll go to the next presentation.
Sir,
Rachna?
good evening, sir. Sir.
Surya,
Sir.
You have network issues, so you can present the last.
Okay, sir.
Please stop your.
Yes. Now my internet is stable, sir. Shall I present?
You can present at the last.
Okay, sir.
Thank you. Rachana Nagaru, are you there in online? Rachana? Abhinay, are you there in online?
Hello, this is the short video about the research I have done and the Dravidian code mixing with the transformers, which helps in detecting the toxicity in the sentences. It is a part of the FIRE 2025. FIRE 2025. We main objective is to detect the offensive, targeted or untargeted in the sentences. The sentences is nothing but the code mixed social media text, which are YouTube comments. We mainly focus on the language pairs like Tamil English, Malayalam English, Kannada English, and Tulu English. As I told earlier, it is about YouTube comments. We took the YouTube comments from different multiple domains so that we can get a diversity in the comments. The domains includes news, entertainment, socio-political discussions, etc. And each dataset is split into three parts: training dataset, development, and testing dataset. And if you go through the dataset, it is very highly imbalanced, in which not offensive is a majority class. This is the overview of the Tulu English dataset. Here we have 4 classes as not offensive, not Tulu, offensive underrated, offensive targeted. As I told earlier, it is divided into 3 sets: training, development, and test dataset. This is overall overview of the Kannada English, Malayalam English, and Tamil English dataset. Here, not English is not language is basically if it is Kannada, we can say that not Kannada, not Malayalam, not Tamil. The proposed here we can observe that it contains here we can observe that the majority class is not offensive, who has major number of comments in every language, Kannada English, Malayalam English, or Tamil English. The proposed methodology is as follows. Here we use the base model as XLM Robota, which is capable of handling code mixed text and morphological variation and non-native scripts. Here we run two experiments. One is with early stopping criteria, one is without early stopping criteria. The transformers based on, here we know that the transform is based on multilingual architecture. The first step includes the data processing, in which the text and labels are extracted from the provided dataset. We use a label encoder in the next step, and we used for the tokenizer, we used XLM Robota tokenizer, as our base model is XLM Robota, and we kept the length as 128 tokens. And let's get an overview of a model of architecture. Model architecture. The model, as I told earlier, is XLM Robota based model, which is capable, which is very useful in multi-class prediction, which is implemented using PyTorch framework. The parameters which we used in the training strategies are as follows. For the optimizer, we used AdamW, and the learning rate is 1 into 10 power minus 6, and the batch size is 32. And we have kept the maximum epochs as 100. As I told earlier, we used two runs, early stopping criteria and without early stopping criteria. For early stopping criteria, we kept the patients as 10 epochs. We have been with the team name of IRL@IIT-BHU. We have run the two runs we have submitted for this task. We know that the task is measured on MF1 score. Here we have got the results as follows. In the Tulu English, out of 10, we got the rank as 6, or with MF1 0.710 in Tulu English. And in Kannada English, we got the rank of 4 with MF1 0.430 in the second run. In Tulu English, we got it for the first run. And if we go through the Malayalam English, we got the MF1 score of 0.67 here with the rank of 5 with run 1 in the run 1. In Tamil English, we got the 0.448 with the second run in the fourth rank. Here we can see that the transformers has handled the code mixing effectively. The performance is mainly based on the dataset size. As I told earlier, the Tulu dataset is very less comments with compared to Tamil English and so on. And we can see that the imbalance in the datasets, and as it is Dravidian languages, there is linguistic complexity as well. So the conclusion comes that we use the fine-tuning XLM Robota we can use this as a baseline for Dravidian code mixed offensive language detection. We achieved we get top 6 ranks across all languages, demonstrates the effectiveness of multilingual pre-node, which helps in the pre-trained models in low resource settings. In future, we try to use data augmentation and cross-lingual transfer, which will be helpful for better model training. Thank you.
Okay. Surya?
Can I present, sir?
Yeah, can you please check whether you can able to present?
Good evening, sir. I'm Surya from Kongu Engineering College. I'm going to present empirical analysis of classical machine learning approaches in Tamil, Malayalam, Tulu, code mixed offensive content classification. Authors include Sudhapriya, Surya, Sweta, and San. First of all, before entering into a topic, I'll say the problem statement. Our problem statement, the main problem is to address our lack in robust and language-specific models for detecting offensive content in Dravidian code mixed social text. Due to linguistic diversity, data imbalance, low resource condition, especially for language like Tulu, choosing a single universal model often leads to poor performance. These are some literature papers related to our title. Our implementation of proposed system includes our system uses Dravidian code mixed 2025 datasets consisting of Tamil, Malayalam, and Tulu and English mixed social commands. We applied standard pre-processing pipeline like lower casting, noise removal, Unicode-based language filtering, and white space normalization. The pre-processed text is converted into numerical form using TF and IDF factorization. We have used several models like random forests with ensemble learning using bagging, logistic regression, and linear SVC. The dataset description includes 5 labels. That are not offensive targeted insult group, offensive targeted insult individual, and whether it is a given language like Tamil or Malayalam and Tulu. We used random forest with bagging for a Malayalam dataset because algorithm that combines multiple decision tree patterns from random subsets of data and predict the final prediction. We used logistic regression for Tamil because it is a linear classification algorithm that estimates probability of text belonging to particular class using sigmoid function. We have used linear SVC for Tulu because it is a margin-based classifier that finds optimal hyperplane to separate classes with maximum margin. It highly effective for high dimension suppressed dataset. These are results for our Tamil languages. It achieved a strong accuracy of 76% and F1 score of about 0.71. It is a results for Malayalam dataset. Accurate for 94% of accuracy and F1 score is about 65. It is our results for Tulu using linear SVC model and accurate F1 score of about 0.85. Our conclusion belongs to that. In our conclusion, the study demonstrated that classical machine learning models remain high effective for offensive language detection and Dravidian code mixed when combined with proper pre-processing and feature extraction. As our future work includes, we plan to use larger and more balanced dataset with cleaned and code mixed textures, so we can achieve our accuracy and F1 score of above 80% or 90%. These are some references related to our paper. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sriya. Audience, do you have any questions? Okay. No. Thank you to the participants. Thank you to the audience. Sorry for the issues happened during the presentation. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. I would like to thank everyone for spending your first day at Fire here. Now let's meet tomorrow at 9 a.m. For the second day of Fire. Okay. So this day concludes here. Thank you everyone. Thank you to all the participants who joined on Zoom as well.
Thank you.